Okay, welcome to the discovery stage, and in my opinion, the best stage of today, because we're in Valencia, we're outside, and we get to see all the startup pitches. My name is Zenit Janssens. I, as you can see, am not Spanish. I live in Spain though, so because of the weather. I'm the director of the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center at IE University in Madrid. For those who don't know, IE is quite good at entrepreneurship. We're a top 5 university in the world, which I think is a really amazing thing for Spanish universities. So I'm very excited to be amongst similar mindsets today, because the gap in between really represents what we want to do, right? We want to innovate. We want to hopefully do some good in the world. And I think this stage is definitely going to show you that. So for those that don't know what's on the stage today, we're going to have mostly startup pitches, however, with a few really amazing panels of experts. That being said, the startups need to start. They get to be the one to kick it off. So please, we are starting with the category from linear to circular business. I don't think we need a lot of convincing why that is good. And to start off this category, we have Craig from MarinaTex. He is an American living in the UK, and this amazing startup manufactures environmentally friendly packaging made from seafood and seaweed. Can I please have the biggest applause for the first startup of the day?
All right. Good morning. So we are MarinaTex. What we're doing is we're taking shellfish waste and seaweed to create new packaging that is biodegradable, ocean-friendly. If it goes in the ocean, it actually will help the water and doesn't hurt the environment to eliminate single-use plastics. So we all know the problem, right? 141 million tons of plastic waste is produced annually. 12 million tons of that enters the ocean. The problem with that is that we literally eat about 5 grams of microplastics per week, and that goes in our body. So that's the same as a credit card. So what we're doing is trying to create, using seafood waste that already exists from the fishing industry, biodegradable packaging and coatings that are antimicrobial, extend the shelf life of the products, using 100% natural sustainable products. We're using 883 million tons of shellfish waste is produced globally. And out of that, most of that is incinerated. So if they bring the body of the animal ashore, it has to be incinerated because it's a biohazard. So that's a CO2, weight for weight CO2 output that we're eliminating. One of our first products is window boxes. So everyone knows about sandwich boxes. You've seen these in the stores, right? What I didn't realize is that box is not really recyclable, because what happens is they put plastic laminate down on the cardboard, and then they form the box. So I used to think you could take the top part off and throw it in the bin, but the bottom part with the cardboard actually has plastic laminated to it, and most places can't mechanically strip it. So if you throw that in the recycling, what happens is it actually gums up the paper recycling, which then renders that whole batch has to be disposed. So what we've done with our material is this can actually be dropped in the ocean and will actually naturally break down. It's also can be thrown into the paper recycling and all the pulp can be recaptured. So we look at the total market, it's 1.2 million. We're looking at 450 billion just in biodegradable packaging. With our product development plan, we have 3 product lines. One is our coatings, and one is the flexible film. We're at TRL 5 for both. And then we also are working on seed coatings for agricultural applications. We have our first LOIs and our first customer traction. And then we're looking for an investment raised total of $1.05 million. We've already received about 300,000 of that, so we're looking for 750,000 pounds left. Most of that is to grow the team and to get the products over the line as far as doing the recyclability testing, the LCA testing, all the things are necessary for us to develop the product technical data sheet with our customers. We're looking at the use of the funds. Hopefully by year 3, we would be net EBITDA at 1.168 million. That's our team. As you see, myself, our co-founder is Lucy Hughes, our scientific team, all based in the UK. So I'm in Scotland because they're also with the Scottish fishing industry. So, and with that, I thank you very much and open up for questions.
Yes, so every startup will have 3 minutes to pitch, and now we have 2 minutes for the questions of our expert jury, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Very interesting proposal. I would like to ask you about the social impact of your company.
So we are female-founded. Obviously, I think multi-ethnic, is that what you mean? Multi-diversity?
You have to.
So, and we're looking to expand the team in Scotland. So adding 4 more scientists as well. 2 of them are actually Asian, I guess is what you want to say. So social impact, obviously, that we're looking to replace single-use plastics. We're trying to eliminate the pollution that's associated with that, and also, of course, helping the fishing industry, because that's one of the reasons we're in Scotland. The fishing industry needs to valorize their waste. Right now, they pay to have it incinerated. So we're eliminating that by allowing them to, instead of incinerate it, actually make money from it. Huh?
So we would like to know about your partnerships for the supply.
Oops. So we've been working with Coveris, which would be our direct customer. So Coveris is a packaging converter. They're the ones that actually would make the boxes. On the seed coatings, we're actually working with Syngenta and Dyson Farming. So we won the Dyson International Award, and so we're also tied in with the Dyson Farming as part of this project for the seed coatings.
Okay, can I have a very big applause for this first startup of the day?
Thank you.
So from one type of waste to another type, the fashion industry is quite polluting. The next startup has created a platform to reduce that. So can I get a very big applause for Paula, who's here to present Oli, all the way from France.
Yes.
Hi everybody, I'm Paula. I'm the founder of Oli, where we're using technology to build the infrastructure of the used goods economy. So as you probably know, secondhand isn't a niche anymore. It's projected to be an $843 billion industry by 2034, growing 18% every year, mainly due to younger consumers wanting sustainable options, but also government regulations. So the problem is that about 90% of products that could be reused and sold online aren't even listed online, because the process of listing products online is really inefficient. If ever you've tried to sell any item online, you know this, it takes about 25 minutes to sell. If the product isn't properly tagged, isn't even discovered, so it loses conversion. And there's so many platforms today that sellers are really confused. So that's why we built Oli, to automate the process end to end. So Oli automatically, just from an image, can generate the product listing. Then we help the conversion by generating SEO-friendly descriptions and listing it across different marketplaces. And finally, we provide a dashboard to help them gain data insights and drive their resale activity. So in under a year, we've started with the first target, which are fashion vintage stores. We're working now with 32 clients across the US and Europe and generating 70,000 in ARR. We've helped our clients increase their sales by 40%. And we've created partnerships with marketplaces like Vestiaire Collective, which is recommending us to their sellers because in exchange they get more product catalog. In addition, we gained the support from eBay Ventures, which is also supporting our vision that in order for the circular economy to scale, we need to automate it. So I've been working at the retail, helping the retail industry reduce its waste for the last 4 years, and Oli is in fact a pivot from my previous company. And I'm supported by an amazing team. Alex and Oban are the core team, and then we have advisors from companies such as eBay, Salsify, which is a feed e-commerce aggregator, or Levis, which has launched a resale program in the US. So as you might have understood already, our main target right now are fashion vintage stores. Then we're going to go for fashion brands that have pre-owned programs. And then we will also sell the automations to the marketplace side, like Vestiaire, eBay, etc. And in the next 12 months, our objective is to reach 1 million in revenue by scaling our customer base from 32 to 100 clients and implementing a commission-based business model. So I think everybody here believes that the future of the economy is circular, and in order to make it happen, we need to align economic and environmental incentives, as that's what we're doing at Oli. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Congratulations on the presentation. I'm curious about why these big players, Vinted, Vestiaire Collective, that have big players are $1 billion gross merchandise value, are going to be using a third-party technology. What's your secret sauce? How you differentiate from what they can do by themselves?
Yes, so these marketplaces, they have a huge problem with big sellers because big sellers are already selling across different platforms. So, for example, for Vinted, if the same item is sold on the Vintage store's website or on eBay, the seller might cancel the sale on Vinted or on eBay. And so for Vinted, this makes a really bad consumer experience because they need to cancel their sales and it creates a cost for them. So that's why they are recommending our solutions, because they want a solution to help their sellers manage better their inventory, to make sure that if they sell something, they're the first ones to sell it, and that they can generate that value for themselves.
Okay, perfect.
Well, congratulations. I would like to know about your social impact and how do you measure it?
Yes, so essentially we're building the infrastructure needed for the used goods economy, and the way we're measuring it is by we believe that basically the more products that there's sold on second-hand platforms, the more purchases are displaced from the first-hand economy, and therefore we're incentivizing the growth of the second-hand economy and decreasing the demand of first-hand products.
Okay, thank you so much. Next up, we have a startup all the way from Israel. We're always looking for plant-based alternatives, and they have a very complicated way and a very innovative way that I will have Adi come tell on stage. Please, a big applause for Fabumin.
Hi everybody, my name is Adi. I'm the CEO and the co-founder of, and we are turning legume waste into gold. So let's start with challenges. The legume industry cooks million cubes of wastewater down the drain every day. The result is a heavy load on the sorting system and tremendous loss of fresh water. This water, called aquafaba, and 10 years ago it was discovered as a magical raw material that can replace eggs. How crazy is that, right? At the same time, the egg industry leaves huge environmental footprint. It also contains allergens and pathogens. So what we did, we took this wastewater and we dry it into a functional powder. This powder binds, emulsifies, and it forms exactly like egg, without any trace on taste or texture. So our technology is located on site, inside the legume factory. We evaporate 80% of the water, we cool the steam, and return them to the factory as distilled water for reuse, completing circular economy. The left 20% are moving for final drying into aquafaba flakes. Our value chain, or if you would like our business model, the legume industry installed our drying technology. And after we receive the aquafaba flakes, we grind it into a powder. You don't see it, it's here. We grind it into a powder and then ship it to our customers. The market for us is huge. We aim to penetrate to the bakery industry at first and then to the emulsifier market. This is Fabumin milestone. We intend to expand to new markets and to increase the production volume and the sales. Today, we have traction with 16 customers that are testing our powder. We offer them affordable, multifunctional, and sustainable new raw material. Obviously, there are competitors in the market. There is traditional egg replacement. There's liquid aquafaba with all the limitation of liquids. And there is powdered aquafaba in the market, but it's very highly priced. And this is my favorite slide, because Fabumin is an impact company. We're here to make a difference. And this is what we're going to save in 1 year of production. In addition, we donate 3% of the company as charity to Freedom Farm. It's a sanctuary farm for animals rescued from the food industry. We are raising, in order to achieve these amazing goals, we are raising now $1.5 million in order to build our powder processing facility. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Of course.
Hello, very
Hello.
nice, congratulations. I was curious, what's your plan to reduce the emissions of all that process? Are you using renewable energy in the production of this product? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. What we do in order to dry it in an efficient way, we use the heat of the water because it's boiling water, it's boiling process. So we use the same, we use the energy, the hot water energy in order to evaporate. And we did all the calculation. We didn't yet do the ACL assessment because we don't have the first factory yet. We're now in LOI procedure. So after that, we will have our assessment. But we know we can dry it in an efficient way. This is the most important thing for us, the energy consumption. Yes.
So congratulations. I'm curious about the scalability of the project. So we've seen 1.5 million
Yes.
of fundraising. What's next? How's that going to be scaled? New factories? How that works?
Okay, thank you for that. We are raising 1.5 million in order to build our powder processing facility. It's original, so we won't need to increase or to raise more money because we can generate more batches or aquafaba flakes from many factories. So it's a processing facility that can expand, and we don't need another fundraising. I hope I answered your question. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much,
that's
Adi.
it. Thank you so much.
Time flies when we're having fun. We already have the last one of this category. Up next is a startup from Ireland. They have something to reduce the carbon footprint and increase the biodiversity for the agricultural industry. Can I have a big applause for Alejandro from Odos?
Good morning, my name is Alejandro Vergara and I am the CEO of Odos, an agtech startup that helps farmers become more sustainable. The new Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive mandates that 7,000 companies in the food and drink sector must monitor and reduce diverse environmental impacts, such as carbon footprint or biodiversity. The problem is that these companies lack the required tools for monitoring and for empowering their sustainable transition, which in turn translates into significant environmental pressures to their main chunk of their emissions, which is their farmers. We solve this in 3 steps: by monitoring diverse environmental impacts such as climate change and biodiversity, developing bespoke mitigation strategies, and generating the required reports for satisfying the European Union directive. Our software allows farmers and companies to monitor diverse impacts such as carbon footprint, which we do with our ISO certified model with 95% accuracy. We also use our own algorithm that, based on satellite imagery, can quantify the quantity and quality of biodiversity in farms. But beyond monitoring, we provide solutions. We analyze the data of the farms and we analyze the data of the companies and tell them which are the most techno-economical mitigation strategies that they can implement in their farms, while also giving access to sustainable incentives for valorizing their sustainability journey. But where is the data coming from? We get rid of the headache that the companies and the farmers have for collecting data by connecting to private and public databases for having a traceable and a quality assurance mechanism for data integration. We're already working with large dairy cooperatives in Finland, Ireland, and Spain, and we are entering as well the wine market. Our main client is livestock and agricultural cooperatives. We have bootstrapped all the way to make 300K in 2024, but we have a goal that is to reach 100,000 farmers by 2027. For that, we have an open investment round of 800K, for which we have 500K already committed. We are based in monitoring what is happening and is farm specific, and we are also bringing other components of monitoring such as biodiversity, which already differentiates us from our competition. But we are not a calculator. We are providing solutions for the farmers and for the companies by analyzing the data, which also differentiates us while also bringing the component of reporting to the European Union directive. We are a team of PhDs in life cycle assessment, in sustainability and ecology, while also having a strong background on software development. Thank you so much for your attention. More than happy to take any questions at this point.
So congrats. We would like to know about how are you attracting farmers?
Yeah, the farmer, first of all, believes other farmers. The farmer doesn't believe an environmental engineer or a lawyer or an economist. When a farmer is already working with us and we see how the mitigation strategies are working in their practices, we develop workshops. So other farmers come and see how the mitigation strategies can be implemented. But mainly we work with the companies, developing sustainability incentives, which translates by telling to the farmer, if you implement this biofertilizer, I'm going to give you 1 cent per liter more for your milk. We take care of the monitoring, the reporting, and the verification so that they take part of the journey.
Well, congratulations. I would like to know, why have you started in these 3 European countries and not in others?
I did my PhD in Ireland. It's not because I like the rain, but I did my PhD over there. And also Ireland has a big problem that 33% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from the agricultural industry. And now moving into Spain as well, because we have a strong dairy sector over here, which requires the tools. But to your point, we're also focusing on expanding to others, especially in the wine sector. We are looking into Italy, France, but also in dairy, looking into Scandinavia and the UK. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Alejandro.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
So that was the first category. We're going up to the second. Are we ready, jury? Smart cities and energy transition. The first to start up the pitch here is from Oviedo. They're using satellite images to enhance strategic and operational decision making. Can I please have a very big applause for Yehezkeli from Imageryst? Thank you. Big applause, please.
Hi, everyone. Is this working? Hi. Hi. Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Yehezkeli, and I'm the marketing manager of Imageryst. Nowadays, we're living in times of digital adaptation, where it prevails immediacy, remote management, and the access to reliable information. However, there are still many energy companies that spend a lot of resources analyzing and monitoring assets on site. This is why we have created Imageryst. It's a 360 platform that helps the planning and execution of energy projects remotely. We help in the whole phases of the project, from the ideal site selection for the construction, to the progress monitoring of this construction, the maintenance monitoring, and the analysis of the environmental impact. So our customers have the whole information they need for planning and decision making. In this way, Imageryst is a solution that democratizes access to geolocated data. We extract the information from satellite imagery. This is automatically and in just a few clicks. You can use Imageryst through an easy-to-use app. All you need to do is to select the asset that you want to analyze. Let's say it's a building, a parcel, or a road. Then you choose the attribute that you want to extract from it. It could be a soil radiation, slope, orientation, vegetation health, burn area. And you apply the filters to indicate where and when you want to run the analysis. After that, you will have the results on the dashboard. Also, if you have a GIS system, you can use it an API integration, so you have the results on your own dashboard. This is how you will have the reliable information, comparable over time, completely remotely, avoiding problems such as difficult access to land, and of course, you will be able to reduce your costs and times. Even though we only have been for a year and a half, we're very proud of what we've achieved. We're having a positive impact from the moment we begin. Have a presence in 7 countries, have helped 70 million projects to analyze the locations, and help to 4,000 tons of CO2 offset. So our clients, they confirm that we have helped them in an innovation way to save time, money, and to increase their positive impact. This is what we believe that we want to continue building together, and thank you so much.
Hello,
Hi.
good morning.
Good morning.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Why would you only focus into energy projects and perhaps use this same technology to restore nature, for example?
Yes, we believe it's a really transversal technology, but we really want to focus on what we have at this moment to grow up strong. So we're now focusing on renewable energy projects so we can help them and increase this positive impact. Thank you.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
I would like to know a little bit more about your financial projections, because I haven't seen them
Yes.
on the screen. So how much are your revenues in this moment? And
At this moment, we don't have the currently numbers, but we can say that we are working with more than 10 clients, and the average ticket is for 35,000 euros.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Okay, the next startup is from Madrid, and they are the first public and private information platform whose service is to accelerate change towards sustainable cities by sorry guys, it's been a long train ride from Madrid, by improving the decision making. Can I please have a very big applause from Sergio from Arise.io.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and thank you for being here. I'm Sergio Diez, CEO of Arise.io. Everybody knows that we are facing a big problem in the cities, climate change, and despite all the efforts that we are doing, the impact is very low. One of the problems that we are seeing is that we don't have access to understand what is happening in the cities, what are the best solutions, how we can deploy them effectively, and the access to knowledge is a key point here, is a key asset. So what we are doing is to democratize the access to this knowledge, that is valuable information, that arises from the combination of public and private data for good decision making. And this is a great moment, as we have all this strong regulation deploying more than 5,000 cities, investment incentives, and the regulation around the data is as well deploying with technology that allows to share data. We are focusing in the 50% of the problem, that is mobility, with different use cases as mobility to work, active mobility, urban logistics, and we deploy all our technology in order to connect to different private and public sources, apply our algorithms, and do it in a scalable way with our API. We don't do this from the technology, we do this from the problem, knowing deeply what is the problem, working with our different ecosystem, being a trusted third party, and having all the knowledge and data access as well as customers. The market is huge. We only put some numbers around mobility, and we are giving answer to the administration and companies' questions around how to deploy regulation faster, cheaper, reducing investment, cost, and reaching more customers. This is only the first use case that we are working. How we can use other sustainable modal ways of transportation instead of private car, as car sharing, carpooling, DRT, active mobility, etc. So our platform get information from different sources and propose in an automated way what is the use case that we can apply better, what is the pollution reduction, cost, and energy. Our business model has to be very scalable. We work in an information as a service model, subscription, pay as you go, and the first EBITDA is more than 50%, as we can deploy massively data. We position as knowledge as a service, very different from data aggregation, visualization, prediction, and cheaper than knowledge consulting. Today we have our demo data platform with 15 projects deploying. In 5 months, we will be commercializing subscription models. This is our team, 20 years of experience. We are 8 to 9 at the end of the year, PhD, MSc. And we are looking for 300 Ks with 50% committed. And I'm here to listen to you as well and your questions. Thank you very much.
So, congratulations. This is the type of project that we at Lumo we are looking for as investors. And we believe that building a cityverse digital twin makes a lot of sense, but you have introduced a new concept that it's that you are able to predict and give insights to the city. Is that correct? And I would like to understand what's the connection between the data that you're gathering and the insights, no? How that works, how the decision maker is making changes in real time for the city.
Exactly. So we are doing that in a prediction way, in a real-time mode as well. For example, in a prediction mode, we predict, or we are able to predict what are the different modes of transportation that are alternative to the use of car in a local region. So we connect with the different mobile phone network, data from app, GPS, public transportation, we have access to surveys, etc. We mix and fusion of this data, and we can understand how is the potential of the carpooling and how this potential can reduce the pollution, the cost, and the energy. And we can do this with carpooling, with car sharing, with electric mobility, and for the operators. So that's the picture for the municipality, and for the operators that can give this operation, we can help them in order to dimension their fleets and their costs, and understanding what is the commercial proposal that they can give to the city. That's just an example of one use case of mobility to work, but we have other examples, for example, active mobility and proximity-based cities, what a city has to deploy and has to encourage in order of services and active mobility infrastructure, bike lanes, pedestrians, areas, parking for bikes. So we can predict what happens if I deploy these bike lanes and etc. How the modal shift, or the current modal mobility that has a percentage of cars, of pedestrians and cycles, how we can move to another one that is more sustainable. For example, in logistics, we are able to mix data from infrastructure of charge and uncharged spaces for the logistic operators. So this is a public information with the position of each one of the fleets of the operators, logistic operators that are operating in the area. So we mixing all these points, we can see in a real time what is the occupancy of these places, so the operators, they can plan better and can reduce their emissions in around 10 or 12%. So it's a good information for the operators and a good information as well for the municipalities in order to reduce the pollution cost, etc.
Sergio.
Thank you. I will be there to answer more questions. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, next up we have Maebh. She's going to pitch a startup for electric charging, because yes, we know driving an electric car is good, but it is challenging charging those. So this is a platform for sharing private electric vehicle chargers, both in homes and in businesses. Please give a very big applause for Plugable.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Imagine a world where owning and charging an electric vehicle can be accessible to everyone, not just those who have a private driveway to put a home charger in. My name is Maebh Reynolds. We are GoPlugable, and we are making this vision a reality. We are helping people like Jane, people who live in rented accommodation, terraced housing, or apartments, those who cannot install their own home charger. For them, it can be very tricky to charge their EV. They have to travel to a public charging station, which takes time out of their day. Public charging tariffs have also doubled in the last 2 years, and it will become increasingly expensive, and there simply isn't enough of them.
By the year 2035, there will be 30 million EVs across Europe, so this market is driven by imminent policy change. The solution we have found is in the community. People like John, who own a home charger but possibly only use it 3 times maximum a week, can rent out their home charger to Jane and make some passive income. John decides the price, he also decides his availability, and we take a 15% commission as well as a 30-cent flat fee. It also involves business owners like Jake. Jake is a small coffee shop owner. He owns a charger in his parking area, but when his coffee shop closes, the charger does not get used. He can rent out this charger to the wider community during closing times or times where his coffee shop is less busy, or he can advertise to our engaged users to encourage footfall into the business. 65% of our surveyed EV drivers, in a population of over 2,000 in the survey, stated that they would buy from a business or use the services if they know that they have a charger on site. You might ask, where do we compete against the likes of Tesla, superchargers, BP Pulse, or any of the rapid chargers you see on motorways? We don't see ourselves as direct competition, but a complement to what they do. We want to take the pressure off governments in order to have the charging infrastructure for everyone to switch by utilizing infrastructure that is already in homes and businesses. With our solution, we are a community-based solution, and we also manage software for the chargers and businesses. So why GoPlugable? You can book in advance. 80% of our current hosts are cheaper than a public fast charger, and it offers quick payment. We have a secure platform where all our users are verified, and we already have 2,000 plus downloads and over 200 hosts across the UK and Ireland currently live sharing their charger. Our go-to-market strategy involves sales channels like installers, utility companies, EV dealerships, and we also use brand partnerships with some of the biggest names, including SSE Electricity, My Energy, and OMI. And here are the dream team. I'm a mechanical engineer, our CMO is an exited entrepreneur, and our CTO has over 12 years of managing software development teams. Thank you so much.
Hello, very interesting proposal. I was wondering, how do you manage to negotiate and talk with so many different administrations with different procedures and plans and jurisdictions? Is it possible? How do you manage that? Thank you.
Sure. So all countries across the EU have a mandate to switch to electrification. We don't have to talk to councils directly, but what is a really great go-to-market strategy is working with utility companies. What we have found is if we work with one utility company, for example, SSE in Ireland, other utility companies in, for example, the UK wake up and see what's going on. It's become quite a competitive space, and we find it's too slow working with government sectors. To go private sector is a much easier route to market for us, and it's also a lot less bureaucracy and quicker to market. Okay, thank you.
The last startup of this category. All the way from San Sebastian. We have Ander. He's going to present his startup, Zenit Solar. It's a startup that runs a digital platform to help create and manage energy communities. A very big applause, please. Anyone?
Sensibles a las necesidades del mercado, ¿no? Zenit, esta.
El 80%.
Have you ever heard
About Real Decree 244? No? Well, let me explain it, because this is the law that revolutionized the energy market, giving back the control to citizens. But how is this possible? Unlike in the traditional energy market, where expenses and taxes were accumulated from the production point till the end consumer, nowadays it is possible to connect the producer and the consumer in a very simple way, reducing costs significantly. And all this thanks to the Royal Decree that I mentioned before, and a concept that is called energy communities or shared self-consumption. In the last years, the high electricity prices, and because of other reasons, there was a strong support to energy communities, but there are still many problems to tackle in this sense. For example, 65% of the citizens in the Spanish state live in apartment buildings. And this goes up to 95% in cities like Barcelona or Madrid. Not only this, when creating energy communities, between 20 and 50% of the energy is not consumed when generated and is fed into the grid, losing 2/3 of its economic value. And even more, 10% of the citizens of Europe suffer from energy poverty. Because of these reasons, and in order to accelerate the energy transition, we created Zenit, the platform to create and manage energy communities in a simple way. We work with a B2B2C model supporting, so we have created a marketplace similar to Airbnb where you can enter your location and connect with the projects nearby your house. Besides, we created a software as a service in order to manage these energy communities in a simple way. And all this powered by our artificial intelligence algorithm that distributes the energy in a very simple way. As an important fact, European Commission has determined that 50% of the energy in 2050 will be generated by energy communities. So therefore, we are in a rapidly growing market that will reach 1 billion euros by 2030. We grow with a B2B2C model supporting town halls, energy communities, and energy community promoters with our software as a service, and we currently managed to get 100,000 euros by sector projects. But not only this, by this week, this is incorrect, now we managed to get 1.4 million euros in funding and prizes. Our aim is to reach the break-even point in 2026. We are a team committed to accelerate the energy transition and be the main platform in energy communities in the future. With Zenit, you choose the energy you consume. Thank you.
Thank you so much. How are you planning to overcome the legal issues?
Okay, it's a good question.
Or the regulatory point, I mean.
If we look to Spain, actually, we find that this royal decree that I mentioned before, it's coming from Europe. So the thing is, in all the states of Europe, the different states are developing a legal basis in order to support the energy communities. And in Spain too, there is a strong support in this sense. So actually, rather than a difficulty, we find the law as something that actually is supporting the energy communities.
I would like to understand better your business model. Have you calculated the client acquisition cost and the lifetime value? And if you can give us some KPIs, metrics regarding pricing to give us an idea of how that works?
Yes, I can give you the pricing. The thing is, we have different revenue streams. So, for example, some entities that work with us are energy retailers that place their installations in our platform. In this sense, for example, we charge per lead or contract that they close. Then the software as a service, we are charging it for 2 euros per kilowatt, managed kilowatt to these energy communities or promoters. The thing is, there is a new figure in the market, because this is a new market, that will be the manager of energy communities. And they need tools to manage them. So we charge them, for example, depending the size of all the communities that they manage. And then also, because of the maturity of the market, now we find that it is possible to do a lot of consulting work. So this is currently our main source of income. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks, Ander. These were the first two pitch rounds. Now to, diversify a little bit, we're going to have a panel. The panel is about from innovation to impact, keys to accelerate the low carbon energy transition. For that, they have put together an incredible panel. So I'm going to say all the names, and if you then can give them a very big applause, that would be amazing. Can we please welcome to this stage Kema from Kira Ventures, Iker from Zubi Mateco, Florencio from Zenit, and last but not least, Bianca from Clean Tech for Iberia. A very, very big applause, please.
Thank you.
Sí, para que la gente lo pueda reconocer fácil.
I think we are very well behaved. We sit each in our spot. See, we make it
You're
really
very disciplined.
easy for you guys.
Fantastic. So hi everyone. It's a pleasure to moderate this panel on accelerating low carbon energy transition. My name is Bianca Dragomir. I'm director at Cleantech for Iberia, which is an initiative whose mission is to turn the Iberian Peninsula into Europe's next cleantech industrial leader. So basically, our mission is to speed up the green reindustrialization, to speed up the clean technologies where Spain and Portugal have a competitive advantage. And we work with a coalition at heart, a coalition of leading investors, innovators, universities, incubators, banks, family offices across Spain and Portugal. And this initiative is powered by Breakthrough Energy, which is Bill Gates Foundation for Clean Energy. And I'm really happy to say that Zubi or BBVA as Spanish partners have also joined this effort and are supporting us. So this coalition is growing more and more, and happy to see a diverse type of stakeholders joining in, because clean tech actually needs a diverse type of stakeholders joining in, because this is a systemic approach and we need to make it happen all together. And just to put a little bit of context before we actually dive into the debate, just wanted to say that, as you know, there is a tectonic shift in clean technologies or in energy-related technologies globally. There is a clean tech race that is in full swing at the global level, with US leveraging many billions into speeding up and scaling up clean technologies. China, as you all know, is today not only the global frontrunner in clean tech investments, but also has a growing lead on clean tech manufacturing over both EU and the US. And even if European Union gave the starting gun in this clean tech race already in 2000, setting up the European Green Deal and really ambitious decarbonization targets, at the moment we are falling behind when it comes to manufacturing clean technologies. Just a couple of indicators. As you know, we are losing competitiveness globally in this sector, and 4 out of 50 largest technology companies globally are from Europe. So that's really a low number. So we are at a scale and fail moment in Europe's clean tech innovation story, and Spain plays a crucial role here. Because Spain at the moment entails the opportunity to reindustrialize and to be a hub in this sense, building on clean and abundant energy that is 4 to 5 times cheaper than in Germany, for example, a reason for which many stakeholders are relocating here or are setting up shop. There's a strong industrial base, and a very interesting element, the investment in emerging clean technologies has increased 6 times over the last 5 years. So this is a good news. Apparently, Spain and Iberia in general is playing a key role here. So I have the pleasure to discuss within this context about how we can make Spain a leader here, and actually how we can, if we make Spain a leader in clean technologies and we accelerate low carbon energy technologies, Europe will thrive as well. And I'm going to discuss about this with panelists that represent the energy transition innovation value chain, I would say. We have the research, we have the market, we have the investor, so I think it's going to be a great conversation. So let's get started, and I would like to start maybe with you, Iker. I would like to ask you, what do you think are the most promising innovations in clean technologies that you believe will have the highest impact in accelerating the low carbon energy transition now?
Thanks, Bianca. Thanks for the invitation. So I think it's really hard, like these absolute questions, like what are the ones? Because I think the world is so rapidly changing that it's like you don't control where the world is heading. You can influence, and there's, we'll see how things evolve. But so I'm Iker, so I've kind of maybe 2 hats. One is chairman at Zubi, where essentially we create companies, we invest in companies, and then one of the companies that we actually created at Zubi Labs, which is our venture builder, I've taken a very active role, and I'm running for the last year as a CEO, which is Mateco. It's a clean tech company focused on new materials for green hydrogen production and making affordable, which is, as we see, the key element within the decarbonization agenda. So So I kind of like kind of maybe throwing the ball back. So I kind of like, being, clean tech for Iberia, also a coalition with Breakthrough Energy. I like how kind of Breakthrough Energy thinks about, first of all, that if the world as it flourishes, it means, GPD will increase, but it also will increase GPD energy consumption and climate emissions, hence. And then kind of puts, these 5 major themes on how we think about the world and like the carbon footprint. So I'm going to talk about kind of some innovations and examples of companies we created or invested in some of those themes. So the first one is like manufacturing, 30% footprint, which is like how we make things. And in that space, we're investing quite a bit of companies around the circular economy. So in terms of like whether it's making waste management facilities more efficient and productive, which is Umara, Recobo, for example, which is around like using surplus of inventories. Tech fees, which is kind of enabling pay-as-you-go models for creating a circular economy, which is a really interesting angle. And then, of course, Mateco, we think about from kind of the energy consumption that you need, high temperature for, with renewable fuels for. Second element is electricity, right? So it's the 27% weights, how we plug in. So we invested there in Via Power, which is a company that optimizes the charging of electric vehicles. So it's a SaaS platform that enables, optimizes that charging solutions. Clevergy, also Solaris, which is really interesting, using pay-as-you-go, but to enable green energy production. So those are like different business models that like taking new angles. And I said, I think the world will move as a combination of multiple efforts. Then we think about transportation. So how we move, that has like a 16% weight. We invested there in Yup, which is a micro-mobility smart parking solution. Agriculture, 21%. So we created a company there in terms of alternative protein, which is called Aldeina. And then buildings, which is 7%, was actually a lot of our activity because at Subi we have, education business, we have impact real estate, an investment management platform, and a venture builder. But we've created around our impact real estate projects, we create a lot of things there. So Nido, which is mainstreaming heat pumps and the rolling out of heat pumps, so using essentially renewable energy for heat and cold. Ecosia and Greenest, which is around making real estate more efficient with technology solutions. Udea, which is building buildings out of wood. And Cocircular, which is using waste of buildings and kind of creating a circular economy. So these are like, different angles, like maybe blurbs on innovations. And as you see, I don't think there is a silver bullet. And you see, the portfolio of climate investors, and we have some here in the audience, and it's kind of realizing that it will be a combination of efforts. It will be many different angles that are even, I would say, reinforcing positively. And I like to think about kind of these major transitions as a way to think about climate.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Iker. Really useful to see, what are exactly the hotspots of, emission production and how we can change there. And we'll come back to manufacturing electricity after a round. I would like to ask Florencio here. Florencio, you represent the National Renewable Energy Center. What do you think are the, let's say, 1, 2, 3, or one even, innovation that has the highest impact or it's likely to really make a dent?
Yeah, thank you, Bianca. From the technical point of view, focusing in renewable and in energy, I have to say we know how to generate energy. I don't know if you know it, but only in one day the Earth receives more energy than the amount of energy that we spend in 1 year, only in one day. So, and we have the technology to generate and to transform that energy into useful energy. And the solar energy, the wind energy, they are in a much major situation. But we need to storage it. So big challenge, how to store and how to transport that energy from the places when we generate it to the places that we consume it. So I would say no storage, no party, no storage, no transition. So energy, thermal, solar thermal energy storage, electric storage in batteries or whatever the forms, and also green hydrogen as an energy vector can play a very significant role as a way to storage and transport energy from one place to another. Then, obviously, the need of the digitalization, all the sectors of the economic sectors, to be able to use all this energy in the most efficient way. So to summarize, to make it very, very short, I would say energy storage, green hydrogen, and digitalization. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much, Florencio. I think storage is becoming particularly important this year in view of the COP29, where last year at the COP we had some commitments on renewables, on energy efficiency. Many say that this year it's the storage time to have some clear objective. Let's see if this happens. Chema from Kira Ventures. You're an investor, so your vision is also equally important here because we need to bring this to market. So investment is key here. What do you think about this?
It's a bit hard to talk after Iker and Florencio because they know a lot about these topics. But I really have the focus on as an investor at Kira, we now have the focus on the industries and projects that are really hard to be electrified. I mean, like heavy transport, like Iker said, or industrial heat. There are industries that are really hard to electrify, and there are appearing some startups that work on these fields. For example, in heavy in heat, industrial heat, it's curious because the solutions that we are looking as an investor are startups that are working with all technologies, like molten salts, like concentrated solar power, with some storage of thermal energy, that are now becoming competitive again. These technologies were pushed out of the market because of solar photovoltaic at the beginning of 2000, and now they are competitive again to change the boilers fitted with natural gas, and it's a form that the companies and the startups are obtaining the net zero thermal process. In the other side, in heavy transport, my vision here is very different because the heavy transport is really, including aviation, is being very disruptive now. I think it's going to be a chemical revolution more than an electrified revolution because the solutions that we are seeing and we are analyzing are more related with how we produce the same fuel but with net zero materials like carbon, bioorganic carbon or fuel or plastic to fuel solutions. So what I see is that we are not going to transform the engines of the flights or maybe the engines of the big trucks. We are more close to transform the fuel that go into these engines. And finally, there is one thing we should not forget, is that there are some processes or some industries that will not ever be net zero standalone. For example, concrete production. Concrete production, you produce CO2 emissions. Or farming, we don't have cows that can produce milk with electricity. And these industries are going to be hit, or the carbon capture solution are going to play a really relevant role in these industries, but probably these startups are working in a very long term. After 10 years of discovery, this is the low mature stage of the innovation.
But you do see new innovations around like what cows are eating.
Yeah,
to produce methane. So there's a few breakthrough energy investments in that space. It's kind of interesting because sometimes we think about like cows. That's like the physical asset. Right? Yeah. How do you affect it?
Totally.
Right. But it's actually innovation can change from many different ways.
Yeah.
And like there are innovations like even monitoring where cows are to like optimize their performance.
Yeah.
Essentially.
So. Right. Yeah. So clean tech from a different angle, right?
Yeah,
and also
everywhere.
Equally important, right, to minimize those emissions. But let's talk a little bit about scalability of these solutions, right? We talked about, well, what do you think, the key technologies, but how do we really scale these technologies to actually really, make an impact? And on one hand, I'm thinking Europe is producing 30% of the scientific papers globally, but only 7% of the actual innovations that arrive to market globally. So there's a big gap there. And I'd like to start here with Florencio, maybe. How do we really take research to market faster? What do you think? There's no silver bullet, I know, already Iker said, but what's your take? What do we need?
Yeah, I think it is not a question of more investment. Maybe it's a question of how to where to put the money in. I mean, I'm always looking for partnerships in which the academia, research center, or a university is working together with the industry, and also with a strong component of social science and humanities. I think that the point is that to be very focused in that all the innovation of the technology development, to make sure that the industry is interested in it, because if not, we are running the risk of that a researcher in a university are spending 10 years and investigate something that nobody matter. I would say, to create this strategic partnership in the research to make sure that the innovation are aligned with the interest and the challenge in the industry, are aligned with the objectives, strategic objectives overall, have a social social component as a part of the development. Because, for example, if we have seen some technological developments in the previous session. The technologies or even a smartphone are something that help a citizen to increase the efficiency of the house. If the people who has to handle with it are not, it's not friendly for them, it doesn't, it's lost money. So we have to have also the citizens involved even in the innovation phase.
So involving the citizens in this process, activating industry, right? Yeah. Iker, what do you think? You are accelerating green hydrogen technology, disruptive technology as we speak. Yeah. What do we need to scale?
Yeah, well, my smart guys are doing as I speak. I basically, give talks and prepare PowerPoint, so probably. But, it's interesting because, this is like when we think about startups. You're supposed, I don't know how many of you, like entrepreneurs, are supposed to be like the guys that come up with the ideas, the guys that become fantastic entrepreneurs that raise funding, the guys that actually become fantastic CEOs to run these huge companies. And the truth is that that's not how we should think about it, right? It should be more like a relay ride. When you watch the Olympics, you're seeing a bunch of athletes hand the batons, and they actually achieve a much better mark than if you had one guy running the whole race. Which be, by the way, exhausted, which is what happens, to entrepreneurs every day. And, at the end of the night, and we wake up kind of fired up again with our, pursuing our dreams. So if we think about, some of these innovations that are coming from research centers, is similarly. I don't think we can expect scientists to be these amazing guys on the labs, and by the way, become these fantastic entrepreneurs, and now become their, fantastic CEOs. And you see very little examples of those that actually have done that, right? And so I think more of like those batons, those interfaces, those handoffs, right? And how do you actually create platforms for enable that? So with Mateco, and this is a really science-based, it's built on 10 years of R&D work from the University of Valencia. We're a spin-off of the University of Valencia. You see the work that these guys have done, our scientists have done all these years. And then we kind of find the company at a tipping point when, with no team, with an amazing thing that it was working more on the lab than on the market. So we kind of came in from Zubi Labs as a venture builder, and we started creating a team and creating kind of the infrastructure for the company to succeed. And then kind of now into more the industrial scaling up phase. But also realizing that although we started with, we think about like nanotechnology and new material innovation for like green hydrogen production, and essentially for like making a better future, using, and kind of innovations associated with climate change, realize that really green hydrogen might be just one use case, that we can actually become a great partner and platform for in-licensing and bringing, kind of research on very low TRLs and kind of moving them along in our platform where we have capacity not only to co-develop, to industrialize and go to market. So, and I think that's, if you see, having lived in the US for a bit, like the aspect of like consolidation and synergies is much more present than in Europe, which seems you have to run, right, these, the whole race by yourself in terms of like integrating, building up, and putting the different pieces of the puzzle so the puzzle actually works, right? And that's at least the mindset we have. It's like, how do you take elements that actually are very synergic and you can take research and essentially let people do what they enjoy. And if you think about innovation, it's really about talent. And talent is about letting people thrive in what they love and what they do, right? And that's kind of at least our mindset. It's like, how do we create a global leader in new material innovation by leveraging talent, by leveraging capabilities, and kind of understanding that there's some things we're gonna develop, some things we're gonna industrialize, and some things we will take the go-to-market. And of course, I always like to say that everything starts small, and everything small can be big. So I like to start with a very big focus, and that's why we're kind of focusing on green hydrogen, selling that around the world, on actually some specific technologies within green hydrogen, and make that affordable and hopefully kind of contribute to climate change, fighting climate change.
And certainly green hydrogen is, according to Draghi's recent report, one of the still hotspots, one of the areas where Europe can still have the competitive edge in front of China, China or the US. So still we can
tipping point. We're kind of that tipping point of like, are you gonna be like, are you gonna succeed, or are you gonna be like run by the sides by China?
Yeah, well,
but even I think Bill Gates mentions hydrogen is probably the closest to a silver bullet that we can have.
Exactly.
Without being a silver bullet, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, because of its versatility, because he also calls it a Swiss knife, actually, of the energy transition, because you can make everything you want almost from hydrogen. Anyway,
connects with renewable fuels, with SAF, with boats, shipping industry, all that stuff. So
exactly. So talking about hydrogen and other technologies, Chema, I would like to ask you, what are the gaps to scale these technologies from your point of view?
Complementary the Florencio said and Iker, from an investor point of view, I think we don't have the adequate pocket of money to finance these projects. Because when you think in scaling, in fast growth, you always think in venture capital firms. But venture capital firms has a requirement of investment period very short and huge returns. And the energy industry is a systemic global industry. It moves very slow because it's critical for the economy of the country, it's critical for the people's life. So the amount of projects that can satisfy the VC requirements are lower than in other industries. And if you look for other kind of funds with longer periods of investment times and lower returns objectives, what you're going to find is private equity or infrastructure funds that they need predictable income or EBITDA positive or at least positive cash flows. And also startups are very far from that. So you have on one side asset-light investors and the other side no-risk investors, and the middle is a gap that you need to cover, not only with public funds that are now financing these projects or some corporates that are financing these projects. You need private money designed at the beginning of the fund with the investment periods and the return expected aligned with the startups can achieve, because if not, there is going to be these unconnected worlds, and we are not going to can scale the laboratory or the R&D projects to infra or venture companies.
So obviously capital is absolutely crucial to scale. I'm just recalling, I have very fresh in my mind that last week I was in Brussels at the Cleantech for Europe summit. So all the policymakers, leading innovators, investors, from the cleantech space in Europe were coming. And actually one of the big conclusions was we need a more diverse, more sophisticated investment or financial infrastructure or architecture, if you want, in order to make clean tech happen. So, the capital stack is really, really important, from grants to blended finance. Iker, what do you think? How should we reshape?
Yeah.
How should we reshape financial architecture in order to make clean tech happen at speed?
And I think I was going to check. I think the world is fired up on see what Kira. I don't know what we can disclose publicly, but in terms of how you take you're not scared about hardware, right?
Right, not scared.
Which is venture capital, and you guys coming from the infra side. I think venture capital historically, at least the most of the folks that work with in the past, kind of asset-light business models. And at Zoe we do have asset-light business models, but you think about creating, these, catalysts and electrodes for green hydrogen. It's you need a factory. It's and it's interesting because when you think about creating some of these companies, is revenues for a software company, the pitches we're seeing previously, is okay, you develop software, you start selling, you invest, great. A deep tech company is like this. It's flat, zero, and then skyrockets. Unless you have production capacity, you can't manufacture anything. By the way, the clients don't want to buy from you and take it seriously unless you're not a lab stage startup, but actually an industrial company. Why would they ever risk hundreds of millions? And we have these discussions with folks in the hydrogen value chain. Why rely on this startup for your business? So there is a broken model there because you start with grants, right? It's there. But the issue is that grants are not predictable. It's slow. It's you can't build an innovation ecosystem around grants. Then when you start wanting to advance TRLs and buy equipment, get samples, you actually need to manufacture, so you know where you're getting that money. Don't look at asset-light VCs. Maybe the hardware VCs. They might look at you, but they say, I would want some customer proof points, give me some frame contracts. And that's the gray zones, which are tricky. You look at banks and they say, show me your revenue. Where's the revenue? It's oh, no revenue. It's great, next one. So the role of public de-risking, I don't even talk about grants. Just the fact of de-risking of loans is critical. It basically, guarantee programs, things that is you're not bankable, but you're not even attractive to VCs that are going to look for client proof points, and you can build this model on grants. How we solve this in Mateco is essentially equity, right? But that kind of limits the scope of companies that can really drive these on just equity, which of course kind of requires maybe a team with a certain track record, etc. So I think that's the critical point if we think about. Then I think as things scale up, the world is much broader, and you could potentially think about, do I want international investors and how that's going to influence the control of this company, right? That's kind of a European agenda. But from the entrepreneur perspective, I think the critical step is how you cover that valley of I need to buy equipment, I need to put my lab together. Labs are unpredictable. Sometimes I don't. No investor really wants to take me seriously because I don't have customers. No bank is going to even look at me. So that's the critical role for public and the risk in financing.
Yeah, and actually one of the conclusions also last week at the summit was exactly this, that in the next commission mandate, the funding will be called actually de-risking, We will move away from grants, and also the innovators are asking it, so I hope that this will happen actually. Let's talk a bit before we finish. We have still some minutes, but I would like to talk about the elephant in the room here, which is the government, obviously. And actually, we've alluded to the government, when we talk about investment and the funding schemes. But, what I wanted to ask you, what do you think, how can we have governments and maybe industry together helping these innovations reach the market? How can policy actually help in this space? Because I think that there's a link, Florencia, you mentioned about industry demand. IKER de-risking. We know clean tech is a capex-intensive, space with high risk. So how do we actually activate government, or how government can have a meaningful role here, also activating industry and the corporates? Maybe, I don't know, maybe Florencia would like to take this one?
Yeah, from my perspective, my point of view, what governments have to do is to set up clearly the goals, the strategy, and to develop a legal framework. On the one hand, which is clear, long term, in the way that the industry, the technology centers, the academia, we know which are the guidelines, which are where we are, and to set this legal framework in a steady situation. It was in the way that it is clear for everyone which is the situation, and there is not uncertainties regarding, you remember what happened with the subsidies with the photovoltaics years ago. All these situations, when there is a not clear strategy, long-term strategy, and there is not a legal framework, it's at the end what you are doing is increasing the risk. And it's, in my opinion, from a research center, the only that I would ask the government is to set the legal framework clearly in a long term. Yeah.
Might I build? Because I'm just going to maybe be slightly less politically correct. So I think there are two things that, like, from a policy perspective, you can achieve, right? And those have very different instruments. So the one is if we want to decarbonize, say Spain and Europe, then essentially what you're worried is about, take a certain use case, you take, industry or mobility use case, you try to find technology, you source it, maybe there is some sort of incentive. And then essentially you're buying technology, you're decarbonizing. Climate change is a global thing. It's not like by regions. What changes is the control certain regions have over their policy in their countries, whatever. But climate change is connected, right? So it's thinking that is like climate change will be solved by just solving climate change in Europe. It doesn't make sense. One thing is decarbonizing your region or your country. The other is actually developing a clean tech ecosystem, industry, value chain, and reindustrializing a country. It's two very different things. Mm-hmm. So then it's about the incentives in your value chain, we're talking about de-risking, it's about not focusing on the project and on the demand side, but also focusing on the elements and the building blocks. And these companies will, of course, contribute to your decarbonization agenda in your country or your region, but it will also export, will create economy, and will contribute to the decarbonization objectives of many other places. So if you take Mateco, like 95% of revenue is outside Spain, right? We do have received, say, for example, Aperte, we received around $1 million from Aperte. So it's an incentive to create value chain, but how we will, and our numbers, like we drop like 20% the cost of hydrogen production, right? We're contributing to all these different technology providers and projects around the world. Our ambition is not to contribute to climate change in Spain, it's to solve climate change globally. And that's enabled by policy that creates the building blocks and the value chain in your country that enables you to export. And I think we have to be like very bold around that, because it's not just subsidizing projects, and it's great to accelerate permitting of projects, but that solves part of the equation. It doesn't create an industry. And I think Draghi in his report was very bold about this, like how do you create an innovation industry and a clean tech industry that actually ensures the quality of life and prosperity of Europe.
Indeed. So I think time to wrap up. I think we have a few great ideas here from this panel. I would like to thank all of you for sharing. Just on my side, I think that the flavor that you leave us with is we need basically 4 elements that need to be orchestrated. technology, capital, policy, and partnerships. And just coming to the ecosystem part, reindustrialization indeed is about creating value chains, about creating ecosystems. And emissions have no passport indeed, but if we reindustrialize, we gain competitiveness. So that's where we need to work. And with fantastic work of Mateco, I'm sure there's lots of examples that Kira could also have brought and could bring related to the next generation of industries that you're investing in, and also the Center for Renewable Energies. We look forward to your work in the next stage. And just final flavor is that we need a bold leadership, maybe a fearless leadership like Mateco has in the green hydrogen. I would say a polycentric leadership in order to make this transition happen, because this is a collective effort. So I think we are all in this. So thank you very much for this panel, and enjoy the rest of the sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a very, very interesting panel.
Thank you.
So you set the bar high for the rest of them. Guys, don't run away. We have a really amazing next panel. It's going to be on the food industry. So safe, accessible, and nutritious food system. However, I've been told that the mics are only 4, so we are going to need to stall a little bit. One of the things that I like to do, even though the group is very tiny, in order to make sure that the networking later is easier, I'd like for you to raise your hand if you're an investor. Any investors in the audience? No? Any entrepreneurs in the audience? Got one in the back, one in the front. Okay, guys, are you from a corporation or, sorry? Innovation Hub. Well, just look around, guys. I think one of the cool things from summits like this is that they're smaller. They're very specific on what we're trying to do. Again, we brought together the change makers that are using, I think, innovation for good. How can we improve? How can we improve our society, whether that's on the sustainable, on the environmental side, on the societal side? This one in particular that is coming up is going to be, again, on the food industry. Being from the Netherlands, I am very passionate about that, because for our tiny, tiny country, we do quite well. I think I saw you in South Korea. Sorry, we were just in South Korea together. That is very weird. Look forward to his pitch. An example of an amazing entrepreneur. He's using his company for social cloud. I'm not going to give it away. He will be on the stage later. I'm going to look. I think we have everybody ready. So for this panel, we have Inigo from the Social Nest Foundation that will be moderating this panel. But Valerie from Danone Communities, Eva from Fundación Carrazo, and last but not least, Ananya from Regenerate Asset Management. Can we please have the warmest applause for them?
Hi, hello. I don't know if you can hear me well? Yeah, okay. Well, thanks everybody for being here. Thank you, the 3 of you, for being here. I would first like to start with a little personal introduction of each of one of you. So maybe Valerie, you can go ahead.
So I'm Valérie Mazon. I am the managing director of Danone Communities. Danone Communities, it's an impact investment fund from Danone, which is investing in businesses, which is either giving access to safe drinking water or to healthy nutrition to low-income population. And I would like to thank you for inviting me today, because the topic is really close to my heart. I have been a managing director of a business in Bangladesh, which is producing fortified yogurt sold at a very affordable price to low-income population. And I can tell you, it is a challenge. So this topic, it's really a challenge.
Yes. Eva, do you want to go next?
Thanks, Inigo, and thanks for inviting us. I'm Eva Torremocha from Daniel and Nina Carazo Foundation. We are based in France and Spain, and we are financing 2 axes. One is citizen art, I won't talk about it, and the other one is a sustainable food system. And we are accompanying and financing projects throughout subventions and grants, but also, and more recently, through impact investments. Then we are quite new on the arena, and that's an opportunity for us to tell you what we're doing and to better meet other partners. Thanks.
Thank you, Eva. And Ananya, please.
Thank you, Inigo, for inviting me today. So I'm Ananya, and I work for a private equity investment fund called Regenerate Asset Management, and we are investing in farmland and farm business in south of Europe as well as northern Europe. And my background, I have been doing investments in the agri-food sector for 8 years now, in venture capital as well, in ag-tech investments. So yeah, this topic is also extremely close to my heart, and I'm looking forward to the discussion on the challenges and the solutions that we can offer.
Thanks. Thank you, the three of you, for joining. I think it's a very important topic. And before going into the questions that I have for each of one of you, I would like to establish a little bit what are your perspectives on what do equitable and sustainable diets mean, because the food system is extremely complex, so it's maybe nice to have a little bit of a common understanding of what we each think of it, so that the public as well gets a little bit the perspective of experts on the field on what do you think are the main characteristics on the subject.
Well, I think that sustainable diet is a diet which is both positive for the environment and for health. It has been demonstrated that shifting from an animal protein diet to a plant protein diet is very beneficial for health. It reduces the risk of cancer, heart disease, and diabetes. At the same time, it reduces the level of green emissions. So sustainable diet is really both environment and health.
Right.
I would add to what Valerie said, and I agree, 100%. But I would also add the non-visible impact of toxins in our diet, such as plastics and any other kind of endocrine disruptors. I don't know the word in English. Sorry for that. We are not really aware of it, at least in Spain. In other countries, much more than that. And I think being sustainable, it's also being healthy, not only nutritious, in a way of fresh and mature, plenty of vitamins and so on. And I would say that sustainable is also good for the planet. And just to underline what Valerie was saying and perhaps complete a bit, is the planet, the water, transport, and we also add in Carasso Foundation the third dimension of sustainability, that is the social justice. To be sustainable, any diet should be composed by, food that is well-grounded by people in justice, that work in a very correct way and with proper conditions. And we are not only thinking on farmers and cropping teams, but also in people that is working on supermarkets, fulfilling all the supermarket during the night and so on. There are plenty of people, hidden people working in sustainable food chains, and we need to think about them and their conditions, work conditions, to be sustainable on the whole.
Quite a holistic vision.
No, very, very good points from both of you. I don't have too much to add, but I would say that sustainable food is very much linked to sustainable methods of production, and it's also very linked to the nutrition or nutritional quality of the food. So now more and more research is coming out that the soil health translates to your gut health. So if you have better soil microbiome, then the food that is produced is higher in nutrients, the nutrition density is higher, and so your gut is healthier and you are also healthier. So that's sustainable. Like for me, it has to start from the soil and the way it's produced. But at the same time, it should not be exclusive only to people who are wealthy enough to afford that. It should not be expensive. So in a way, we need to redesign the system that becomes the default way of producing food. And that is truly sustainable then, because everybody can have access to that as well.
Thank you for that wide vision that you have shared. We have a little bit of over 30 minutes, and we're going to try to address how can we get closer to a sustainable diet. So I don't think we're going to manage to touch up on everything, but the first question is for you, Valerie. As someone who works on an organization, and please explain a little bit more about Danone communities to the public, as an organization compromised with giving access to sustainable and nutritious diets to a broad population, I wanted to ask you a little bit, what are your views on the main barriers for a population to access a diet like a sufficient and sustainable diet? But also, what are the main differences that you see between the global north and the global south?
Okay, so apart from financing and regulation, which are very important when indeed you want to put into place access to sustainable diet, I think we need to look at what we call the 4A. Do you know the 4A?
The 4A?
No, you don't know.
No, I don't think I know them.
So the 4A is what is behind access, in fact. So access is about awareness, availability, acceptance, and affordability.
Right.
If you don't answer to those three elements, you will not be able to give access to a sustainable diet. So let's start with awareness. Well, it's very good. You put on the market a sustainable diet, but if nobody, neither the consumer, nor the manufacturers, nor the farmers, understand the benefits of producing or eating a sustainable diet, there will be no impact. So it's very important to put into place educational plan for all the people within the value chain in order for them to understand how important it is to promote sustainable diets. At Danone, for instance, we have a partnership in Spain with the Fondation Trilema. I'm looking at it to make sure I'm not saying the wrong word, which is indeed putting into place in schools training program for the kids to really understand the importance of a healthy diet. In France, we have a program which is called Programme Malin, which is targeting low-income families with kids. And again, within the program, there is a big part on training families about making sure that their kids have access to healthy diet. So let's imagine you are aware, it's good, I'm going to have a sustainable diet. But is it available? That's the second A, availability. Is it available in my country? Can I find it in the shop where I purchase? Well, this one, availability, is really more a problem in global south than in global north, because indeed you have lots of people living in remote areas. So if we take the example of fresh dairy product, we are Danone, so this is something that we know. The issue is very often that there is no cold chain in some countries. So if I take the example of La Laiterie du Berger, which is a family-owned business in Senegal, and they don't have cold chain. And what they do is they collect milk from herders spread out in the bush up to 50 kilometers far away from the factory, and they don't have a place to store the milk in a good condition. So what has done La Laiterie du Berger, they have developed collective chilling center in different areas in the bush, where the farmer can store their milk, keep it cold. Then La Laiterie du Berger is picking up the milk, transforming into fresh dairy products in the factory, but then it has to go to the consumer. And here we are talking about 20,000 small retailers that very often don't have a fridge. So how can we make sure that indeed at the end, this product, that we have managed to make it good quality from the storage in the bush, is going to the consumer in a good quality? La Laiterie du Berger, for instance, is putting into place partnership with a microloan organization or financial institution to help the retailers to purchase a fridge. And therefore, throughout the chain, we ensure that the product is available. So we say awareness, you're aware, the product is available. But is this sustainable diet accepted? I mean, is the sustainable diet anchored into your local eating habits? And this is very important everywhere in the world. If we want people to shift from animal protein diet to plant protein diet, which are much better for the environment and health, well, in the US, for instance, it's extremely difficult because people are used to eat meat. And for years and years, it has been told them that it was good to eat meat. Yeah. So to change this is extremely difficult, and you will need to do lots of educational campaigns to do the shift. So you are aware the product is available and the product is accepted, it's a good, and it's within your eating habit. The last one, and very often the most important one, is affordability. So can I buy it? Do I have the purchase power to buy it? And here, there are very different situations, whether you are in global south or global north. So if we look in sub-Saharan countries, for instance, a sustainable diet will be a third more expensive than a local diet. In India, a sustainable diet will be between $3 to $5 per person per day, compared to a local diet which is $1. So it's far much expensive. In the US, on the contrary, it will be far less expensive. It's roughly 14% less expensive, but it's much more expensive than junk food. So in the US, junk food, very cheap, sustainable diet, more expensive. But if we would put in the price of, I would say, normal diet, the true cost of the food, meaning taking into account the cost of the environment, damaging the environment, or damaging health, then normal diet will be much more expensive than local diets. So the 4A, awareness, availability, acceptance, and affordability.
Thank you so much, Valerie. I really like the point that you said about the laitière du berger, right? That they build these collective fridges. I think it's very interesting that this model is put forward, and not just in countries where maybe the resources are limited, but to start thinking that by sharing resources, we can do more with them and also consume less energy, less resources. And it shouldn't be a thing of being wealthy or poor that you have to share resources, right? And I also wanted to ask you, now that you share this, for institutions, organizations, and companies that are in the crowd that are working to help shift towards more sustainable and healthier diets, what would you say, as someone who comes from the private sector, from these 4 A's that you mentioned, where are the areas in which maybe they can have the most impact? And what kind of initiatives would you share as a recommendation for them?
Well, I think you shouldn't focus on one. You need to make sure you do everything, unfortunately. The food sector has an instrumental element in managing and tackling climate change while providing sustainable diets. So we need to act. We have no choice. I think we should promote local production for local consumption, what we call farm to fork, which is indeed very beneficial both for health and the environment. We need to promote better agriculture practices, and maybe you will talk about it, less water intensive, preserving biodiversity. But we need also to accept that it is complex. It takes time. This morning at the opening session, Anna from Ashoka was saying it takes 10 years. Yes, it takes time to change behavior. So we need to take it into account as corporates that it will not happen overnight, but we need to act now because we have no choice. So organization, and to be honest, I think most of organizations today are on this journey. They need to really tackle the issue and have a clear roadmap and clear objective throughout the journey.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Valerie. And Anya, as someone who works on the producing side, first I want you to say a few words of your organization and the activities that you carry out, but I also want to ask you a little bit more on what do you see as the challenges as someone who's working on an organization that's scaling regenerative farming and taking it to the mainstream. What do you identify as some challenges, but also what are the opportunities that you see in the sector that maybe others in the room can also jump on and take advantage of?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question because it is challenging and we are, seeing it day to day in our work. But in general, I would say when you focus on very sustainable, like for us, the top category of sustainability is organic plus regenerative. So then there's a lot of work to do where we are focusing on the soil health, on biodiversity, on using less water and like measuring all these KPIs and all these things, right? So in general, in the sector, to do truly transformative work like this, there are several challenges on the production side. And it's not just on the production. I would also mention a bit along the value chain, what are the challenges. But to talk first about the production side, financing and getting the capital to do those kind of changes on the farm is a big challenge today. And this is mainly because the established way of doing farming, which is our conventional, farming that we know about, that's the default system, and that's the system on which the banks and the insurance companies and the regulations and everything is, linked to that. So the moment you want to change those things, those helps disappear. The banks are suddenly like, oh, you want to do something very strange. We don't know it. So it's very risky. I'm not going to give you financing, loans for that. Insurance companies would similarly say, oh, we'll insure your crop only if you do this, this, this. But if you do something else, it's on you. I cannot help you, right? So then where does the farmer get the money to do actually implement those changes? And those changes are not huge changes, but it can create working capital gaps, which many farmers cannot afford because it's a very low margin, business production, right? So that's a big challenge. And then actually having the knowledge and access to people who know how to do these implementations on farm is also a big challenge that we are facing, because we as a fund do not have the capital problem because we are bringing the capital, but actually finding people who understand what the principles of regenerative farming is and why we have to take care of the soil and why we need to have cover crops and livestock integrated and eliminate and gradually reduce and eliminate use of pesticides and fertilizers and all these things on the farm and add compost and all. So these are concepts that have not been taught in universities to agronomists. So when I go around Spain, for example, or Portugal and talk to farmers and agronomists, they're like, oh, well, yeah, we have heard of this, but actually, why would you want to do this? This just increases risk of this and that, just spray whatever you can and, kill all the bugs and the fungus and whatnot. So having people who understand this and who have the mindset to actually learn and implement these changes, that's a big, also, I would say, obstacle to scaling that.
Is it a challenge to find the farmers with the mindset that they want to adopt these practices? Or is it also the lack of experts outside of the farmland that you can bring in?
Both, I would say. I would say, younger farmers, and we are seeing more and more young people interested in farming, they are definitely more open to adopting these practices. But then you still need expertise, right? Because growing cherries is not the same as growing pistachios or olives or, citrus. So you have specialized people who know to do these things, but unfortunately they know to do only that, and they know this is the amount of fertilizer you need to add, this is the calendar of spraying herbicides and pesticides, and the moment you say, hey, but we want to include sheep in the alleys and put cover crops, and they're like, oh, we don't know how to do that, you need to find somebody else. So, there is a challenge on that. And so that's in the production side. And then I think the go-to-market and actually reaching consumers is a big challenge as well, because people know about organic, but regenerative is still fairly new. We don't have certificates yet because it's not a process-based system, it's an outcome-based system. So the outcome can be, how healthier your soil is now or how much more nutritious your food is now. But these things, they are being built, I would say, how to measure all these things more easily. So consumer awareness needs to be created. But also, the traditional retail sector is also a big bottleneck here, because most retailers, they are in a race to bottom to get market share by reducing prices of their food, and they achieve that by paying less and less to the farmers every time, right? So then if a big retailer says, oh, we'll buy in bulk and pay you only this much, so on the upstream side, the producer necessarily, has to either take that offer and then use conventional methods, which is highly optimized, for production in the short term, because in the long term they will suffer. So you need to have the go-to-market and access points for consumers also in a way that values these kinds of production, right? So that's a big challenge in that as well.
Definitely it is. Thank you, Ananya. I'm going to go then to Eva, because I think it suits very well with what you were saying, Ananya, that finance is very important, but as you were saying, you're providing the finance, and it's not the only thing that you need in order to make this transition. So Eva, I want to ask you a little bit on the role that you do at Carazo, not just helping with finance, but the importance of building human capital from your experience, how it makes a difference in making sure that these transitions take place and last long. And also if you want to share maybe some experiences from projects that you worked on how it made a difference.
Great. I was finishing my previous intervention by people, and I go on with these human beings. For us, essential point of everything we're doing, the transition, having initiatives around sustainable food systems. And we are very aware, and we were before starting working with these people, and we are each time more aware that we are made of dreams, of realities, of failures, of fears and joys and hopes, and that's what we are dealing with when we are indeed dealing with initiatives in food systems. Beside every machine, beside every smart agriculture, beside every drone, you've got a people, someone, a human being that is there and that we are trying to focus on, because in our point of view, if this transition towards sustainable food system is hard, is long, you don't have that many support as you wish, and then it's a kind of parcours du combattant. I don't know how to say this in English. It's very hard, very long, and you really need to believe it. If you believe it, you're going to look and to seek for partners, and you're going to seek for tools, and you're going to seek for funds, and that's hard. And that's what I think this kind of meeting is really interesting, because we are sharing all together what we are trying to do, each one from our side. This transition is difficult, and if you are not fully convinced you want to do it, you won't get it, at least on the exigent criteria of Calaso. I must say that we are really exigent, but we find these people. We really find these people that is pushing a lot, sometimes too much, and we need to say them, hey, just take a breath and just rest a bit, because you still have a way forward. Finally, I think that funds are important, but we are also trying to be very close to these people. Sometimes we are just listening to them. They are not calling us for funds. They are calling us for having a shoulder, in which just to rest for a bit and to get some motivation, because they feel it's important. And the way we are trying to fulfill these demands is by introducing them in this invisible but existing and very alive ecosystem around food system at an associative level. Companies are perhaps fewer yet, but we've got in Spain plenty, and France, a lot of associations and initiatives at the social ground, very local basis, that are doing great things. And when these people from the company world, I think, I talk about words because these two words never talk one to each other. And what we are trying to do is to put them together, at least to hear one each other. We hope they will collaborate together once in the near future, but it's not yet the case. But at least this human support, that knowing they are not alone, is essential to them. And after Calaso meetings, they always thank us to say, okay, we are not alone, that gives us the bit of strength we need to go to the further step, and so on. And as an initiative, I was thinking on the very, the exceptional one, and I had 2 or 3 in mind, but the one I had chosen, this local one in Valencia. We were talking with farmers. We were trying to have this affordability of local food here, fresh, with all the criteria. And after how much? 8 years, they managed, because we are only supporting them and finance. They managed to have kind of cooperative of 30 farmers that work together to plan their crop, to work together, keeping the good balance in between the collective and the individual decisions. That's not easy. They sell together, they distribute together to schools, and they are managing to nourish 5,000 scholars every day, only in the Valencia metropole region. Now, we're pushing them to go further and to scale a bit up and to go to the whole Valencia province. And in 2 years, we will push them to have the whole community of Valencia. It's step by step, but I think we now have all the tools, and the tools is the company. You don't manage this scaling up as easily if you are an association that if you are a company. Then that's a call from our colleagues, and we need you. Calaso is pushing the little associative tissue. We are working with them to make them understand that capitalism is not that bad, that companies are not devil, and they need this tool, and these tools are needed also. So to make this transition easier, and they're going to be able to go further.
And in this particular case, in this project that you're working with, are you already working with companies in the region in Valencia and these farmers, or looking to work with them so that it can be scaled up?
They managed to work with the company that is organizing all the selling, no, the buying all the products and organizing the distribution to all the schools. And they are quite difficult to change, but they managed to have a little one that has decided to work at the very little scale, small scale at the first beginning, and they are growing together. And now in Spain, we've got examples of big companies. I'm going to mention them because I'm happy that they are on board with us. That is Sodexo, Inditex, that are now getting interested on getting these food local supply directly from little farmers. And, it's quite a lot of work, but for now it's working. Then we start in Valencia, now we are going to other territories with other companies, and what Carazo is trying to do is to demonstrate that it is feasible. We can do it.
Thank
it's
you so
not
much,
a dream.
Eva. I think it's very important also the words that Anna mentioned earlier today about systemic change, that these issues are so complex that it's not about who should do it or who can do it. It's so big and we have such a long way to go that we need everyone at all levels of the value chain. So thank you for sharing that example. I also wanted to ask you a question, which is, I'm an avid defender of moving towards more sustainable and regenerative food systems, but a lot of times, from my friends, from people outside the sector, I am met with skepticism of saying, this is great, but if you move towards more sustainable diets, could we actually feed the world? And this is I think there's not an easy answer to it, but I want to open also the debate a little bit for you to transparently and honestly share your views on whether you think it's an either or there are ways to make this both ideas meet in a common ground.
Maybe I will give some example, but I leave also the floor to the others. But I think that shifting to plant protein diets is a very good one. Why? Because today most of the land is used to feed cattle, in fact. So if we reduce the consumption of meat, you will free up land, and therefore you will be able to grow vegetables, fruits, and so on for feeding a growing population. So for me, this is one thing. The second one is about food loss and food waste, where unfortunately there are lots of food loss and food waste throughout the value chain. And if we manage to decrease it, it's estimated that it will close the gap by 15% in terms of food. So land, food waste, and the last one, and it's maybe not something that people would like to hear, but it's population, in fact. So why do we say so? It's because population is growing and we don't have land in order to grow a sustainable diet. So we should also put into place program in some countries of managing the number of births in some countries.
Okay. What are your views on the subject, Ananya and Eva? Thank you.
I can go
please.
first. Okay. So, there are so many points here. So first of all, I think I like the point of addressing the food loss and food waste part that you mentioned very much, because we already, between food that is lost in the supply chain and that is wasted at the end consumer level in restaurants and in households, is almost 40%. So we are already producing food to feed more people. We are just wasting it. And for me, it's an absurd way of looking at it, because we are wasting all the resources also that go into producing that food, and the unit economics still works to get, cheap food. So, it should not be the case. So we should start by, that's kind of a low-hanging fruit. We should focus on reducing the food loss and food waste. And Valerie's example of this distributed cold storage units for milk is a good example to prevent the food loss that is happening. And I'm from India, and that happens in India as well, because due to lack of, supply chain and cold storage and all, a lot of fresh produce is just lost, right? So that's definitely a case, and so we are not going to not be able to feed the world. Already with the land that we have, we are producing enough to feed way more population than we have now. And the other part for me is, food is also about food security. So it's good that we get grapes from South Africa and blueberries from Chile and all these things, but at the end of the day, a region should be able to be food secure by itself, and that's why the local food production is so important, because we all have seen during COVID what happened when supply chains were disrupted, and when there is a war breaking out, and then countries say we are not exporting any more grains, or all these kinds of issues. So you really don't want to outsource all your food production to other countries and hope that you will be able to import everything when the time comes, because it might be the case that you may not.
Yeah.
So that's why the sustainably producing food should be sustainably producing local food, and that should also mean whatever grows in the region. So if you can grow crops in the Mediterranean climate, and we have been growing that thing for centuries, and feeding the local population before globalization happened, that's what the sustainable food production should look like in that region, and for different parts of the world. So that's why the regenerative part is so important, because it's a reflection of what is adapted to the local climate and how you can best keep producing food in the long term.
Thanks for bringing up that point. I think that it's also, going back to what Valerie mentioned, it's about awareness as well. I think a lot of us don't know where our food is grown, when it grows naturally. Maybe we're eating asparagus in the winter and they come from Peru, but we might think they're grown in Navarra, and we have no idea. So I think it's very important that we bring that also towards the citizens. Eva?
I'm adding, because I agree, of course. I would like to perhaps add their techniques. As an agronomist, perhaps you are also, we know plenty of techniques that could have, we could improve organic matter in the soils to have better crops. We could be back to this closing the cycle in between farmers and cattle growers or goat growers and so on. We've got plenty of techniques. We know science says, yes, we can feed the world, no problem with feeding the world. We have other problems with cities that are growing, and they are based on the most fertile lands, and they are in competition with food system farmers and so on. We are also, I think there are plenty of things we could do. We are also losing biodiversity. There are crops that are producing better in such climate or another climate, and we are just losing them because of this homogeneity of the market that is needed to feed the whole world in the same way. Then I will just call for diversity in general. And finally, I will also ask for a bit of common sense. And I give just an example, that is, we've all heard about Almeria model, these greenhouses. I'm from Malaga, it's 150 kilometers from Almeria, and it's at perhaps 400 kilometers from here. It's the desert in Europe, and it's the part of Europe in which we are growing vegetables. Is that logical? No. Then why are we still pushing these models? Perhaps we should apply a more common sense in defining and planning how we are going to feed the world, and I guess it would be better for all of us.
Thank you so much. I have one more question, since we have a few more minutes. It's a question that I think we could speak for hours, and we would probably not reach the right answer. But you've mentioned a few things before that I think are key. It's how do we make sure that the externalities of our food production are part of the price we pay for food. Of course, I think the greatest burden, and someone who should be in this debate, would probably be the regulators, right? But do you think that from your role as corporations or investors or foundations, do you think you have a role, or is there a way that organizations like yours could help at least reflect it? Maybe not on the price, but maybe through information. What do you think should be the role for the private sector and the third sector to make sure that this prices and externalities are reflected?
Maybe I can give a part of the answer because, as you said, it's very complex and I don't think anybody has the answer. What is interesting at Danone, what has been done, is that when we give the financial results of the company, we take out the level of CO2 emission. So in fact, the share as evaluated on net, if I can say, CO2 emission. And I think this is a signal to the market, because the issue at the end of the day, big corporations, they are on the market and they have shareholders everywhere in the world. What do they want? They want 15% return on profit. So how can we also, because as you are saying, it's complex, it's not only a corporation, but it's a corporation with all the ecosystem and all the shareholders. So you need to give signal to the financial market that indeed your results are not pure results, and you need to deduct, at least that's what we do with CO2. It's a small part, I'm sure we can go further, but I think this kind of stuff should be fostered and multiplied and used by companies much further than what we do. So financial market, there is something around the financial market that need to be done in a way of evaluating the performance of a company, taking into account this impact on the environment.
Thank you so much.
We are not yet here.
Guess what? We are working with people. No, and data. We are trying to have a big data based on research. We've got a think tank. That means we are supporting and funding a think tank that is giving data and all, very, very accurate calculations, thank you. And that's the basis for us for strong narrative. And on the other side, we are trying to work with invisible people that are more precarious population, and we are giving them the voice, so to understand what do they need to make better choices as consumers, aware consumers, and we're getting really surprised, and we are getting, I think my biggest lesson since I'm in Carasso, lots of people knows perfectly what they should be eating, and they know that they are getting, sorry for being too direct, toxic, they're eating toxic stuff because they can't afford them, they can't pay for them. But they have very simple and feasible ideas to buy better and to feed themselves better, such as having a consigliere on this food store, for telling them this is local, this is fresh for you, that is good for the farmers. They just need to have this information, and that's something that foundation could, afford. And then, there are very little things that we can do with people, and they are part of, the private sector because they're buying. And that's their strength. It's a very, very pilot project in Carasso. I hope it would go and grow on, and we will have it now it's in 2 cities only, and I hope we will have in more cities, so to have the strength we need, because consumers, we need to have them organized so to make a change. But
and then,
step by step.
I think we have to wrap it up because we're short on time, but if you want to share something very briefly.
Yeah, very briefly. So as investors, of course, we are not going to be able to price the negative externalities, but we can show through data, the way we are doing the farming, that farming can be done without negative externalities, or in fact having a positive impact, right? And so once we have that data that we can show, it's probably a bit easier for changes to be made in the regulatory aspect as well, that, okay, how will the subsidies be paid out now? So, you can help farmers take positive steps on the basis of the better way of farming. So our hope is that in 7 to 8 years' time, when all the changes have been implemented and we actually measure our soil organic matter content and biodiversity and water absorption rate and all these things, and food, the nutritional density of food, etc., that we can actually produce case studies which can hopefully influence, for example, the CAP or other financing mechanisms to accelerate the transition.
I really like the confidence and the trust on walking the right way and then making sure that it will lead to the
Yeah.
to results that you
Yeah.
can prove. Thank you so
Exactly.
much. Thank you, the three of you, for this great conversation.
Thank you,
Honestly, I
Inigo.
learned a lot myself in this 35 minutes, so thank you so much. And then if there are questions from the crowd, I think we still have a few minutes, a couple minutes, or no?
No, I got
okay.
no.
Okay, there are no questions for the crowd. Then if you see them around,
Well,
you can ask them
networking.
directly.
Oops, sorry, guys, I got hired for my Dutch preciseness by Inigo himself, by the way. Yeah, I'm rethinking my diet. I'm not sure about you guys, from the jamon to the asparagus that you might eat in the winter. But thank you so much for that interesting conversation. We are going back to the startup pitches, this time in the category social inclusion and equity beyond business. I think it's really amazing that sustainability has always meant that, right? But sustainability now, we're more aware that that's not just climate orientated and environmental, but also the social impact. So the first step to pitch in this, yeah, I see him, perfect, in this category is going to be Alberto. They're from Valencia, so he didn't have to travel that far. And it's a tool for personalizing care in nursing homes. Can I please have a very big applause for Amaya app? Alberto, the stage is yours with clicker. Oh, pardon. Pardon.
Thank you. Hello. My name is Alberto. Do we have the... Okay. Well, we have a huge problem in front of us. The aging of the population is going to challenge our healthcare, social, and financial system. So, how do we do it? No? Do we build bigger care homes? Do we optimize our processes? Do we put robots? Well, the truth is that it doesn't go like that. Every of us is unique. We all have our own stories, our own needs. And that's what person-centered care is about. No? It's about providing each caregiver enough information, enough training to give a personalized care. But current solutions make it impossible, very time-consuming. So that's why we have developed an intelligent solution to enable personalized care. So how do we do it? Amaya is designed to increase staff satisfaction and improve care outcomes. No? We are using AI to create tailored care plans and also to automatize most of the tasks they are doing. We are an horizontal software. Why? Because we want to help the person through all their stages they go through, starting from entities that are fighting against loneliness, home care services, and care homes. Only the market for vertical software in care homes is expected to grow until 150 billion by 2029. And now we've been working with some top entities in the care home sector. We've been doing European projects, and we have validated our product. And now we are focused on integrations with the main vertical softwares in the care homes to expand in this market. Our business model is a subscription that is ranging from 100 to 450 euros, focused on care homes, but we want to expand in the future to a user-based model that adapts better home care services. Our team, Lucia, my sister, and I, we come from a world where the care was very present. Our mom is a psychologist in a care home, which has been very present on us. Then we have Carlos, that has been working in this industry for 20 years. Giuseppe, who is in the operations, and then an amazing team that is challenging and revolutionizing how technology should be used in this sector. And or ask, what do we need? We want you to help us connect with experts and organizations in our sector. And keep an eye on us, because we are going soon to open a funding round. Thank you.
Hola. Can you listen? Can you tell us a bit about the value proposition for the end user? How do you help them with your solution?
Basically, right now, if 1 second, here, no? So this person-centered care approach, to take it down to the ground, no? They have to do the life story, they have to create care plans very personalized. Just to have a life story, to create it, that gives you all the information about the person that you are going to adopt in your care home. Only doing that with traditional processes takes like 5 hours. With us, with the AI, it only takes 1 hour, and it's the 1 hour you spend with a person talking and understanding their story. And then the other big problem that we were seeing is that they collect some information. No? Care homes, caregivers, they collect information. Obviously they do. But what happened? That the information stays in softwares that are very complex. They stay in the folders. No? And our approach is that the caregivers that are working with them, auxiliares, those are the ones who need the information, because those are the ones that are more in contact with the person. So reducing time and helping that information that goes to the right people. You're welcome.
So thank you. How relevant is the AI in the technology and delivering this value proposition to the client?
I have to say, at the beginning, is our wow effect, because when they've been doing this life story the traditional way, and you show them this new process, I always count how their eyes open. No? So at the first moment, it's very relevant, because it's how we create or how we help creating, because at the end the professional is giving the last touches, no? But how we help creating these care documents. But then it's also about the focus on the design, no? And make that information arrive to everyone. But we really think that AI can revolutionize this sector, because at the end, it was, no, since the past,
I am
has been
so
only...
sorry, guys. This is all the time that we have. He will finish that question for you in private. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Again, guys, I'm doing the Dutch timing here. If not, we never get to the cervezas and comida in a bit. Okay, next up, we have a startup from Barcelona that aids in early detection of breast cancer. We all know that that's a very important thing. It's a very tedious thing. It's a very painful thing for the ones that have done it. Luckily, they have developed something that will help with that. So can I please have a very warm applause for Judith, who's going to pitch the Blue Box Medical Solutions.
Breast cancer is the most treatable cancer, yet still remains the #1 cancer killer for women. Welcome to this beautiful venue today in Valencia. I am Judith from the Blue Box, where we have built a urine-based breast cancer test with a sensitivity of 88%. Well, I'm sure many of you here have received someday a letter inviting you to go get a mammogram. In fact, most healthcare systems in Europe use mammography to prevent breast cancer. Mammography has saved countless lives, but it still remains a hugely inefficient system. For every 3 women getting a mammography every year, for every 3 breast cancers, 1 breast cancer will go undetected. So she will not get diagnosed until 2 years' time, when she will have poorer outcomes. In other words, mammography is poorly specific. On the other hand, all those women with a breast cancer suspicion after a positive mammography will be recalled to the hospital again to get further testing. According to the latest report from the Spanish Medical Oncological Society, 99% of recalled women don't have breast cancer. All in all, we are wasting expensive and limited resources on women who don't need them, and we are sending home women who actually need treatment. These inefficiencies are mainly based in intrinsic characteristics of the technology we use for detection, which is breast imaging. Half of the women in a screening age range have dense breasts, and in women with dense breasts, the already low sensitivity of mammography drops from 70% till 50%. There is therefore a need for an efficient, sensitive, and non-image-based technology that can detect breast cancer. So this is why at the Blue Box we have built a urine-based breast cancer test that is more sensitive than mammography. When used together with mammography, the Blue Box can see some tumors that mammography cannot see. At the same time that we can save costs because we can avoid unnecessary recalls. But how does it work? Well, science has long reported that there are some breast cancer biomarkers in a urine sample. What we have built is a very low-cost, very easy-to-use device that evaporates those biomarkers from a urine sample. They naturally reach the sensors, and our AI detects some patterns in the signal that are correlated with breast cancer. For the past 3 years, we have been running 7 pilots in 7 hospitals. We have analyzed over 500 patients, and we have proven that the Blue Box is more sensitive than mammography.
Judith, I'm going to ask for a very big applause. Thank you so much. You still get 2 extra minutes on the stage, so hopefully the jury can ask you anything that you didn't pitch yet.
Okay.
Dear jury.
So, well, you've not been covering the market. Interesting to see how you're going to be competing against some other solutions, the competition landscape, and so on.
Yeah, we are in the process of getting CE mark next year and enter the market the following year. Our main competitors are liquid biopsies, who are very strongly scientifically fundamented, but they are invasive and expensive. So the Blue Box can be used to raise suspicion of breast cancer while reserving those more resource-intensive technologies to confirm the cancer. Yeah, our model is very similar to a traditional in vitro diagnostics model. We will invoice the hospital 27 euros per test every time that the software runs, and we will also have a yearly subscription to use our online diagnostics platform. We have no disposables, so our software works like the disposable. Yes, we are in the process of closing a 2 million investment round. We have already done 1 closing of 500,000. We are negotiating a second closing of 500,000, and we are right now working on the final closing of 1 million with already a lead investor. Thank you. The investors. Or who? Sorry. Yeah, our first market is Spain because we have been working with 7 hospitals with Spain already, and we have been working very closely with them. After Europe, we will target Germany, and after that, the UK. In Spain is private gynecology clinics, and then the public. In Germany is public, and in the UK it's private.
The last one.
Yeah.
What about the team?
Yeah, we didn't have time to show the team slide, but we are a team of 8 people right now. We have experience in bringing in vitro diagnostics technologies in the market already, heavy regulatory expertise in AI-based technologies, and experience leading clinical trials.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I promise you punctuality, and I will deliver. Next up, we have a replacement for the founder that was supposed to pitch, César. Va a hacerlo en español porque no lo ha practicado en inglés. However, it's MarinaTex. It's from Castellón, if I'm correct. And they have developed a blockchain-based technology platform to improve the management and distribution of social aid and surplus food. Can I get a very big applause? Thank you.
Buenas tardes. ¿Qué es Naria? Naria es una empresa que nació para ayudar al tercer sector. O sea, desarrollamos proyectos de manera tecnológica siempre y cuando estén enfocados o tengan un apartado de ayuda social o ayuda ambiental. Si no tiene esos 2 pilares principales, no existe proyecto de Naria. ¿Qué tenemos nosotros? El idealismo de Naria siempre ha sido de tener en centro a las personas. Si tenemos personas en riesgo de exclusión, en España, bueno, hay que ver la forma de colaborar. ¿Cómo lo hacemos? Primero detectamos problemas. ¿Qué problemas existen en el tercer sector? La falta de digitalización es muy pobre, pues lamentablemente hay mucho voluntariado, muchas características que no tienen en cuanto a tecnología. También el desperdicio alimentario está exagerado en España y a nivel mundial en sí. Y por otro lado, la escasez alimentaria. O sea, hay personas que no tienen que comer, mientras por un lado se desperdicia alimento, por otro lado se hace falta comida. ¿Qué hizo Naria con esto? En base a todo esto que he hablado, hemos desarrollado una plataforma que se llama Plataforma Naria, donde mediante trazabilidad de blockchain alojamos distintos proyectos con diferentes fines sociales o medioambientales. Siempre basado en blockchain, en transparencia. Toda la información que se va generando en la plataforma se convierte en impacto social, medioambiental y económico, que son públicos en portales de transparencia dentro del sitio web. Obviamente hay temas legales que no se pueden mostrar, pero lo que es el impacto social y medioambiental siempre se muestra de manera transparente. Como soluciones tenemos tres principales, que son la digitalización de donaciones, donde las empresas, entidades, sociedad dona alimento mediante tarjetas monedero, que las personas pueden ir al supermercado con toda autonomía, con dignidad, a comprar el alimento que necesiten. Por otro lado, conectamos a la industria alimentaria y los excedentes que tienen por cualquier motivo, lo conectamos con las mismas entidades sociales para que repartan, cumpliendo un poco el requisito alimentario de ellos. Y finalmente tenemos una plataforma que digitaliza el tercer sector, donde son proyectos ad hoc, cada uno con sus características, basada en una plataforma que ahorra costes y servicios. ¿Por qué ahora? Porque existe las casuísticas que hay con las personas que tienen falta de alimento, porque la ley está aplicándose muy fuertemente en este sentido y creemos que desde la pandemia todo esto ha aumentado mucho. No se ven los impactos, pero bueno, los impactos a día de hoy son mucho mayores. Estamos por 11 millones de euros transaccionados y casi 4 millones de kilos también gestionados dentro de la plataforma, evitando aproximadamente 800 toneladas de alimento. Somos una empresa financiada pública y privadamente, muy transparente. Nuestro equipo es múltiple, tenemos gente muy joven, gente ya senior, gente junior y finalmente un equipo de respaldo muy importante en cuanto a empresas que respaldan el proyecto, socios e inversores a los cuales agradecemos porque confían en el criterio de Naria para atacar el tercer sector. Muchas gracias.
Perfecto. ¿Las preguntas también en español o en inglés?
Si es posible, sí, mejor.
Vale. Hablamos solo español por aquí, ¿no? Perfecto.
¿Qué tal?
Hola.
Felicitaciones. Te quería consultar por la logística de los alimentos. Una vez que se compran,
Claro.
¿tú tienes una facilidad, un depósito o...?
No, nosotros conectamos al sector alimentario, se puede conectar a la plataforma de manera remota en cualquier ordenador, cualquier dispositivo, incluso con integración de su ERP. O sea, pueden integrar su ERP mediante APIs. Ellos publican los alimentos, ese alimento va a la información del tipo de alimento, la caducidad del alimento, el importe, lo que cuesta el alimento y el peso del alimento va directamente a entidades sociales que están dadas de alta en la plataforma, las cuales no pagan nada. Ellos pagan su servicio con la puntualidad, con la responsabilidad de recoger el alimento y llevarlo a un buen recaudo, que son las personas al final. Pero nosotros no tenemos un lugar físico, lo que hacemos es conectar sector alimentario con sector social. ¿Y qué hay aquí de beneficio para las empresas? Es que hay una desgravación muy importante del 40 al 50% del producto donado. Entonces, de cada 1.000 euros, 400 euros se pueden desgravar fiscalmente al final en el impuesto a sociedades. Una ley a la que nos apoyamos mucho para este proyecto.
¿Podrías explicar las per unit economics de ese cliente, ¿no? Y cuál es el precio del SaaS, ¿no? Porque lo has explicado con una licencia.
Por el tema de tiempo...
Sí, si puedes explicar las métricas alrededor del modelo de negocio.
Aquí el tema son membresías de uso. Al final, un cliente puede tener una tipología de membresía por lo que la cantidad del porcentaje que ha donado. Un porcentaje, Naria necesita mantener la plataforma, hay un porcentaje muy mínimo que no llega ni a la mitad de lo que él puede grabarse fiscalmente. El otro tema es que hay clientes que donan, son muy activos donando y dicen, mira, yo prefiero una cuota fija, yo pago una cuota fija de un año de contrato, ellos lo que hacen es, pagan la cuota y pueden usar la plataforma las veces que quieran. Entonces tenemos los dos sistemas porque hay empresas que aún no confían mucho, no saben si van a hacer muchas donaciones, pocas donaciones y prefieren pagar un porcentaje de servicio, mientras que otras que dicen, no, yo quiero tener la libertad de poder donar lo que yo quiera. ¿Por qué? Porque después yo sé cuánto, en los dashboards que tenemos dentro de la plataforma, pueden saber cuánto se va a desgravar, pueden saber cuánto han generado, pueden saber cuánto han impactado y toda esa información la tendrían en su propio dashboard.
Vale, muchísimas gracias. Enhorabuena. Now you know that you have a true entrepreneur where you can jump on stage last minute. Next up, we have an Israeli startup that is leveraging AI with sign language. All the way through South Korea, from Israel to South Korea, where we met. Please give Tal a very big applause. This is VSL Labs.
Thank you. Hey everyone. Did you know that today there are more than 500 million deaf and hard of hearing individuals worldwide? And one of them is one special woman, my wife of three. And this is why I'm here. Hi, my name is Tal Meged. I'm the CEO and co-founder of VSL Labs. VSL Labs developed the first-of-a-kind SaaS platform to translate in real time any spoken language into generative sign language using AI avatars. But before we dive into the solution, let's dispel some common misconceptions about sign language. First, sign language is not universal. There are more than 200 different sign languages. Also, just reading subtitles or captioning is not enough. Many of deaf individuals are not fluent in the spoken or the written language, and also, most of the cases, sign language is their primary language. Besides that, production of sign language in a studio is very expensive. It's $10,000 for just 1 hour. So how we are solving this market failure? So please meet Tara.
Hi, my name is Tara, your AI interpreter. It's great to be at the Gap in Between Summit.
Thank you, Tara. So Tara is a really game changer. She can be in streaming and real time, she's cost effective, and she can be fully customized. We're doing it better because we're the first B2B driven company than doing it in real time and also at scale. Let me show you how Tara works in real time scenario.
Hey there, this is Emily from ABC Insurance. We're here to help you with your claim. Please send us details either via email or through text. Thank you.
You can find Tara anywhere, anytime, in Zoom meetings, in YouTube videos, and also in public transportation. So how we monetize it? We have two main business models. The first one is the API licenses, SDK, for subscription model, annually or monthly. And the second one, the on-demand, is a one-time off project for offline video translation. A glance about the people behind the magic. We have more than 20 years experience in deep tech and AI, and half of our team is women and linguistic team and deaf individuals from the community. About our current traction, we're actively raising our seed capital fund. We already engaged more than 5,000 deaf people worldwide. We got US utility patent, and we already get revenue from paid customers and paid pilot. So I want to invite you to join us and invest in the new era of communication and come to see Tara and Jean live on our booth. Thank you.
Hi, well, thanks for the presentation and congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you talk about all these competitors that you had in the landscape?
Yes, if you are looking about the competitors, most of the direct competitors is using old and outdated technology, such as guns, because you need to train the models in pre-recorded videos, or you can see here is scalable and fully generative. Use our patenting technology, and also most of the competitors can focus on their translation model in narrow verticals. For example, only for emergency scenarios or just from announcement. At VSL, we can translate any content. Think about a child will be open Netflix and we're able to see his own character signing to him his video or participating in online courses. We can do it.
So I would like to know who's your client or ideal client. I see some opportunities in the telco space, for example. Who would be your ideal customer?
So part of our go-to-market strategy, we are focusing on beachhead strategy. We are focusing at the moment in two main line of business markets. The first one is the healthcare facilities. We are now having paid pilot with Blue Cross Blue Shield hospitals. And the second one is the airport and transportation hubs and terminals that have the accessibility budget to pay about such kind of service. The next phase in more 1 year is to implement. We already have partners in assistive tech companies in the US us that are going to implement our solution into the real-time scenarios, such as voice messaging, and as you mentioned, also in telecom. And this is just the tip of the iceberg.
Okay, can I have a very big applause?
Thank you.
Thank you, Tal. So we're going to shift to a different category, jury. I hope you're ready. It's actually called shifting. Shifting financial systems for the common good. First up, we have Netto. It's a company that provides and analyzes high-quality carbon credits so companies can meet their net zero emissions targets in a predictable and reliable way. Here to do so, all the way from Valencia, is Veronica. A very big applause, please.
Thank you. Okay. Before lunch English pitch, that's a challenge for me. Okay, hello everybody. My name is Veronica. I'm one of the co-founders of Netto, a company that aims to accelerate the transition to a net zero economy. Today, 93% of companies are not achieving their net zero goals. Their reduction strategies are not advancing fast enough, and when they go to the voluntary carbon market, they don't find the quantity or quality of credits that we need. So in Netto, we develop a technology to solve the procurement process of high integrity, high quality future carbon credits. How we do this? We analyze the best projects around the world and we put it on our platform. We digitalize the forwards, and with smart contracts, we add a guarantee of delivery so our clients can buy with trust and transparency. All of this is in blockchain, so we are sure that every step of the way is getting tracked. And with satellite monitoring, our projects are monitored from day one. Even though the carbon credit market has its challenges, the reality that is the demand and the prices are going higher and higher, and that's why we believe we have an opportunity. Our business model is a B2B, when we charge a transactional fee for every forward in our platform, and also have some add-on services as the satellite monitoring and, of course, the guarantees of delivery. This year, we test our technology with a client in the US, supporting a project in Argentina. This results for the client in a 30% saving in their offsetting strategies. But that's not the numbers that we care about. The project in Argentina is protecting more than 50 endemic species, 10 endangered species, and helping empowering local communities, giving access to water, education, health, and decent jobs. We believe we can do this because we have the team to do so. Between Fran, Leo, and I, we built 10 companies over the years, and we have more than 36 years of experience in the key verticals of our business, that is technology, sustainability, and finance. And of course, our advisory board that we are really proud of. We are in our pre-seed round to scale our pilot and prepare for international market. And Netto, we believe that technology is our best chance to save the planet. Thank you.
So thank you for the presentation. My question would be around your primary business model, because you've described several relevant and impactful areas, but what's really your business model?
Okay, our business model would be, the main core business model is the transactional fee that we add in every forward that we commercialize in our platform. That is a forward carbon credit for a high quality project that is all around the world. So if you are a company and you go to the spot market, then if you want a high quality carbon credit, you will pay
30% more, or either you will not find the quantity that you need to offset your operations. So the idea with us is to do this pre-sales and this work as a finance instrument that is key for nature-based solutions, because 18% are not sustainable economically. So we allocate the key resources for the project to survive. These are projects that have 2 or 3 years before they can certify their carbon credits. They're in the process. Yeah. So for companies, the procurement process, they can plan ahead, and for the nature-based solutions, our finance
Let me ask another question. How are you covering the risk of these projects? No? Because there is
we have partnership with 2 major insurance companies. For the pilot, we cover ourselves because of the scale allow us to do so. But now we have partnered with 2 main insurance firms, one international, one in Latin America, and we are testing the product with them, the scale of the pilot with them. They're providing the risk of our current.
Could we go back to the slide with the key figures? Because all of them were down and we didn't see anything.
Oh, okay.
No. The slide about your international market, that all your...
okay.
Okay, because I didn't see anything. So I can't see.
Oh, yeah, the results, of course.
Here you go.
Yes, there we go. Well, we have the micropilot.
Very quick, like 10 seconds.
Oh, sorry. The micropilot that we did today was 13,000 carbon credits, future carbon credits. That's why we finance ourselves. And these are our numbers to get the break-even. But if you know, one company in Spain only can need this quantity of carbon credits just to offset their operations. So with 1 or 2 major clients, we are in a break-even process.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. Moving this chair back. Next up, we have a startup all the way from Ecuador. This is a startup that will help insurers and banks connect with unbanked women with AI. So, very noble cause. Va a hacerlo en español. Pues bienvenida a Natalie de Barmisek. Thank you. Yes, guys, we can do better than that. Big applause.
Buenas tardes con todos. Mi nombre es Natalie Vinuesa, soy CEO y fundadora de Warmi, la primera femtech social de Latinoamérica. Latinoamérica, la brecha de género frena el crecimiento de la mujer. Según el último informe mundial económico, serán necesarios 200 años para cerrar la brecha de género. Y es momento de tomar conciencia y acción para entrar en conciencia de las mujeres y que esto se acorte la brecha de género, porque será necesario el 10% del PIB mundial con este acortamiento. Es por eso que nosotros creamos Warmi, la primera femtech social de Latinoamérica. Warmi es una empresa tecnológica con base en usar inteligencia artificial con lente de género para entregar un programa de bienestar integral a las mujeres, ayudándole en su desarrollo físico, emocional, mental y económico y financiero. Y esto ayuda para que ella pueda generar conciencia y que sea un impacto general que ayude a las mujeres. ¿Cómo funciona? Después de generar un sencillo y empático de registro, hacemos un autodiagnóstico de equilibrio de vida para poder entender cómo se encuentra en cada etapa de su vida, y luego de eso generamos conciencia de la situación en la que se encuentra. Luego también logramos identificar si es que está teniendo algún tipo de violencia de género para poder ayudarle a salir de esa situación compleja. Todo esto se diseña a través de un espacio en donde ella pueda permitir expresar todos sus sentimientos, pensamientos a través de un diario emocional que utiliza inteligencia artificial con lente de género. Nuestro modelo de negocio es B2B, B2C, con foco en la suscripción y con 3 líneas estratégicas claras. Una línea social enfocada en mujeres vulnerables, una línea individual para cualquier mujer que desee transformar su vida y una línea masiva para cualquier empresa, fundación o ONG que trabaje sobre impacto y ayude a que las mujeres puedan salir también de la situación compleja en la que vive. Y este modelo de negocio tiene un LMS gamificado. Nosotros trabajamos, Warmi trabaja, somos parte de la web de ONU Mujeres, Pacto Global, para ayudar a que a través del WhatsApp que nosotros incorporamos de este diario emocional llegue a todas las mujeres que no tienen acceso. ¿sí? Y lograr así entender y comprender cómo nosotros ayudamos a que las mujeres puedan tener mayor equidad, bajo pobreza y también el tema de la equidad. Bueno, el tema de Warmi, actualmente competimos con el creciente mercado de las fintech, que se espera que sea de $75 billones a nivel mundial, y hoy por hoy está hasta el 2030. Tenemos un 4% del market share total. ¿Sí? Actualmente competimos con el creciente mercado de las fintech, resolviendo problemas sociales que hagan un mundo mejor. Warmi, a diferencia de sus competidores indirectos, nosotros basamos nuestra solución en poder generar ayuda y conocimiento porque entendemos las necesidades de las mujeres y logramos también de alguna forma buscar herramientas que se adapten con productos y servicios en sus necesidades para tener mayor accesibilidad e integralidad. Bueno, nosotros hemos en 14 meses logrado un crecimiento exponencial a nivel mundial. Hemos empezado en Ecuador, luego tenemos en México y en Chile.
Ese es todo el tiempo que tenemos.
Okay.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Pero no pasa nada, todavía tenemos 2 minutos para las preguntas.
Hola. Mira, ponías que teníais 2.000 usuarios, pero de estos 2.000 usuarios, ¿cuántos son de pago? ¿Y cuánto habéis facturado en estos 14 meses?
En estos 14 meses nosotros hemos facturado alrededor de $500 mensuales y el uso es un 75% de los 2.000. Obviamente, sí, 75% pagas. Tenemos varios planes individuales de $6 en adelante, también tenemos de $3 para las empresas, obviamente de forma capitada, masiva, será menos del valor. Sí, tenemos un equipo multidiverso, multidisciplinario, con experiencias y fortalezas que nos complementamos para lograr un crecimiento óptimo. Advisor también, que se enfocan en los contenidos que ofrecemos dentro de la plataforma y obviamente personal, yo soy la CEO que trabaja y que conoce mucho temas de equidad de género. También nuestro co-founder, que también temas de impacto social que nos ayudan a lograr un desarrollo óptimo a nivel de desarrollo como tal.
Perdona, con el micrófono, para que la gente se pueda ayudar.
Dada la competencia que mencionabais, ¿cómo llegáis a las mujeres, ¿no? ¿De qué manera hacéis que conozcan vuestra aplicación y que elijan la vuestra para que la descarguen?
Bueno, el mismo hecho de que nosotros conozcamos las necesidades de las mujeres, hacemos comunidad. A través del WhatsApp, nosotros informamos para que muchas mujeres sepan de estas herramientas tecnológicas que de alguna manera ayudan a que ellas puedan entender y conocer. Entonces, les brindamos un espacio seguro para que puedan ellas primero saber que están en un espacio seguro y que luego de ello van a poder interactuar. Hacemos nosotros comunidad, también hacemos como especie de reuniones que les permitan a ellas también poder expresar, físico y tecnológico.
Una pregunta rápida. Culturalmente, la zona es muy machista. ¿Cómo lucháis en contra de la cultura? Porque, claro, dices, quiero usuarios, pero el 90% está dominada.
Así es, totalmente. Muchas gracias por la pregunta. Realmente nosotros como Warmi queremos entrar en conciencia de la mujer. Le ponemos a la mujer como un pilar fundamental en la sociedad. Le ponemos a la mujer como pilar fundamental en la sociedad. Y lo que hacemos es trabajar en la conciencia, tanto de la mujer como del hombre, para que esto sea un tema equity, ¿no? Que genere también conciencia tanto de hombre como mujer y que logremos tener un entorno mucho más inclusivo, más allá de la situación compleja en la que vive la mujer, pero logramos que la mujer salga adelante y que esto sea un rebote para todo su entorno y que genere mayor inclusión.
Muchísimas gracias. Enhorabuena. Okay, next up we have Able Ecosystems, all the way from the US. This is a company that helps other companies gather reliable data on the environmental impact of their brands. And on top of that, they also paying each individual farmer directly for data sharing and other activities. So can we please welcome Shanley, that will explain that to you way better than I just did.
So over 90% of the average brand's footprint comes from the agricultural level of their supply chain. Ironically, 93% of companies are currently on track to fail to reach their 2030 goals. Each year, brands gather 4 trillion different data points on the different climate data from their supply chain, which begs the question, what in the world are we missing? The truth is we have lots and lots of data about land, but we have forgotten that it's people, it's farmers who manage it, and we have very little data on farmers themselves. I'm a qual research and conversation designer who has lived the problem of gathering farm-level data. I started a manufacturing company in my early 20s and had lots of brands asking me for the farm-level data in my supply chain, so I know how manual and difficult this process is. The other half of my career, though, I spent working for global brands, gathering qualitative data for them for brand strategies. So I know how hard a company works to understand why you brush your teeth the way you do. Your second drink that you have is something that I spent 4 months researching for AB InBev. Why you're scared in retirement. All of these different things. And so I realized when I came back to the problem of farm-level data, if we spent even half of that energy on understanding why farmers behave the way they do and how we can change that behavior, we can close that 93% gap. So Able is a conversational platform. Farmers are paid to share their daily habits through WhatsApp, and then we use AI and data attribution to transform WhatsApp conversations into usable data for supply chains. Suppliers pay to start initial programs, and then brands subscribe to Able to see their data from their own supply chains. Able has currently gathered insights about farmers' activities, struggles, and barriers on over 400 hectares of farmlands with our first clients in Egypt and Peru. The truth is Able creates win-wins for supply chains, and that's something that has not existed yet. So farmers earn up to 50% more annual income, brands get accurate data to fulfill their goals and requirements, and climate interventions are built on real-time insight about what real farmers need, which gets to the results that we all need. We're raising $250,000 to better serve farmers, serve existing and add new clients, and evolve our working MVP. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
How long it takes the onboarding to the farmers? I mean,
yeah.
Platform, it's WhatsApp, but how long it takes?
So, so it usually, we do it at a community level because we teach farmers about data rights. So either we'll train them or like a lead farmer trains them. The onboarding takes anywhere between an hour and 2 hours, depending on the farmer.
So regarding the go-to-market, how are you going to reach the brands and also the farmers? No? Do you have a plan for that?
So typically, we thus far have worked with manufacturers. They're the connection point to farmers, and then they're also the connection point to brands. So we have a revenue sharing basically set up with manufacturers, where as soon as we reach payment for all farmers through them, as they onboard brands, we actually share revenue with manufacturers.
Questions? Okay, sorry, can you do it with the mic? Thank you.
Can you talk a bit about the market size and the potential, and can you replicate this in other industries, not only with farmers?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so, I mean, when we looked at the TAM, it's, about 70 billion because it's really any crop that's grown that's a raw material. So you're looking at food, you're looking at textiles, you're looking at beauty. We've talked to tire companies. So it's quite a large market.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Then the last one of this category is going to be CrowMe. It's an investment platform that allows anyone to invest in renewable energy for a low starting price of €1,000. All the way from Madrid, a very big applause, Fernando.
Thank you very much. Hi, I'm Fernando Davila, CEO of CrowMe, and as highlighted in the last report of the International Energy Agency, $4 trillion have to be invested to achieve net zero in 2050. But most of companies are not joining that energy transition, because those projects are really capital intensive and they need to allocate their debt in their business model and growth. So we have created a win-win ecosystem where industries can join the energy transition without taking any debt or decapitalizing, and investor can access to high-impact projects which offer monthly returns and can liquidate their investment at any time. In less than 2 years, we have achieved 3 million euros in asset under management with 400 investors from 30 different countries, offering them an average IRR of 9.3%. We are tapping the 800 billion euros distributed energy market, but also putting eyes on other technologies. Our impact is from every 1 million invested in Chromie, we avoid 340 tons of CO2, but our impact is much more than that because we use infrastructure minimizing the environmental impact in our projects. The founder team covered the fundamental pillars of the model, and we are supported by Tier 1 investor in the renewable energy and finance world. We are raising 2 million euros to scale the operations and sell, and also to expand Chromie internationally in other European countries. This will boost our growth to reach our target of 100 million in asset under management in 2027. We all need energy. A basic element of life should be a basic element of your investment portfolio. Thank you very much.
Yeah, in the roadmap, can you explain a bit the roadmap and also how you acquire projects?
Yes. So our go-to-market strategy to acquire projects is from partners. We have national and international partners, which are electric companies, basically, that they offer those industrial clients Chromie to finance that energy transition for companies. So right now we have more than 100 million on opportunities to invest in the whole world, basically, because those partners are international. So our international expansion is really easy to acquire projects in other countries.
Hello, thank you. And how much time do you take to analyze those projects?
That's a really good question. So what we do is that we have put technology in the due diligence part. We analyze them in 3 verticals. In the technical, we externalize that part with our partners. So they do the technical projects for ourselves that they have to reach our criteria to be invested in. Then we do a financial analysis that in less than 1 minute we put the PPA price for that company. And the contracts, which is the legal part, are already set. So they are really easy to do. Like the time that we spend in analyzing a project is less than 3 days, basically.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was it for this category. We're going to the last one for the lunch. We ready, jury? The last 4? We can survive, right? Okay, this is going to be about safe, accessible, and nutritious food system. Sorry, some logistical stuff. We can do that. Okay, we already had an incredible panel on food, so I'm super excited to see what all these startups are going to do. I will start telling you about the first startup because I think we can do so. Sorry, guys, low power mode. This startup is from Valencia. Always great to have local talent here. It provides and analyzes high quality. No, this is not the correct one. Sorry, this one is from Eltje. Perdona. They produce smart labels. Wait, are we switching the complete jury? Oh, I'm so sorry. Then I'm going to wait with announcing this one. different categories, different knowledge. No, this is great. Perfect. Do they have their papers or do they need that? Guys, you don't have your papers yet, correct? Okay, while we do that, I want to do the same that I did a little bit before, but now the crowd is fuller, so that might actually be useful. Can everybody that is an entrepreneur raise their hands, please, for me? Okay, look around. Then, can anyone that is an investor today or in the future raise their hands? Okay, I hope that you're paying attention to each other and make sure that you can find each other later. That being said, I think we're all seated. We have the pens, the papers, we're ready. Now, let me make sure that I'm announcing the correct one. Sorry, that I'm not an iPad girl. I still like pen and paper as well. So, we are starting the category of, again, safe, and there we safe, accessible, and nutritious food systems. To kick that one off, we have Luis from Elche, Spain here. He's going to present his company. Oh, thank you for making this easy on me. Osculum Biotechnology. They produce smart labels for monitoring the state of food with the aim of reducing food waste. A very, very big applause, please.
Thank you. Okay, so can you hear me well? Yes, I think so. So good afternoon. My name is Luis. I'm actually one of the founders of Osculum, a biotechnology company enabling you to understand your food. Before I tell you how we do it, I would like to contextualize. Based on WHO data, 1 out of 10 people get sick by eating food in bad conditions, leading to more than 400,000 deaths every year. This is due to the lack of information that we have about our product. And still, this paradoxically, we still waste more than a third part of the total food production. As I mentioned, these both issues are due to the same thing, lack of information about our food. In this context, Osculum has developed innovative solutions to solve these issues. On one side, we have Skin Pure, an innovative film material with antimicrobial capacity against the main pathogens, which is Listeria, Salmonella, and E. coli. And on the other side, we have Adby Black, a smart label solution that is capable to indicate the level of bacteria through a color change, so that we can alert when the food is not anymore ready for consumption or to be sold, due to this activity of microbes. Of course, these technologies we provide directly to food packaging industry, food producers, and retailers in a B2B model, thanks to our local partners and distributors. These technologies are rising nowadays. There is estimated a total available market of 480 billion USD. Currently, we are operating and testing in Latin America, Europe, some countries in the African continent, and in the next year, we expect also to do some pilot and testing in some Asian countries. Covering this geography will lead us to a market share of around 7 billion USD. Of course, this wouldn't be possible without the team behind, in which we complement technical experience. We have professionals and PhDs in chemistry and nanoscience. And of course, in the business side, we also come with the professionals in the business area, business development, marketing, operations, as well as user designer. One of the big parts of Osculum is the aim to generate an impact, not only on society, but also environmentally. Our goals for the social impact is to be able to increase the risk detection by 10 and reduce the food alerts by 20% in 2030. Of course, thanks to our technology, we can also reduce the food waste, and by that, we can actually reduce the emissions of more than 2.4 million tons of CO2 per year, also in 2030, thanks to the information that provides our technology. And well, just to end up, basically, we are here today because we truly believe that thanks to our technology, we can settle a new standard, one that is more reliable, easy to use, and accessible to all. Thank you very much.
Compostable, your product.
Can you?
Your product is recyclable?
We are using, for our technology, we have both of them. Basically, our technology in Skin Pure, it's basically a component, an additive that we add to the film itself. We don't sell the film itself, so the materials that we are using is basically the white materials that the industry is using. And in this case, we try to use as much as natural product possible, and the aspects of the impact that we can generate is based on the prospection of the materials that we are using, plus the impact that we can generate. Of course, we have an impact producing these technologies, but we can contrast this impact by generating a positive impact back, which is the save of the food waste, but also improving the safety when the facilities and well, where there is not possible to have a better food safety system.
Hello, thank you very much. One question is about how does this technology fit with the industrial process of your B2B clients? Have you tested? What does a B2B needs to do to put it in place?
Correct. We have designed our technology so that after in the implementation, it doesn't require any extra step. Actually, one of the main points of our technology that differentiates with other technologies in the market is that the cost of implementation is zero. Why? Because we actually use already the materials and the concepts that the industry is using nowadays. We just add and implement our additives or our ink in a process that they already have. So the only cost that we impact on the final product is the cost of the technology itself and not the implementation.
A quick question is about the traction. So what traction have you had for the long run yet? Not in terms of market, but in terms of the final usage of the product?
Yeah, actually, what we have done mainly with our technology, with the Steam Pure, we are already in commercial stage. So we already have partners and distributors, especially in Latin America and the African continent. For our technology, we are still in testing models, especially the label that I shown before at Buy Black. We are testing mostly in African continent. As we can see, we have Kenya, Republic of the Democratic of the Congo. Thanks basically to our partners. We rely on partners that gives us access to these countries and these markets. Oh. Thank you.
Next up, we have a German company that transforms seaweed into a common and sustainable ingredient. Can I please have a very warm applause from Denise from Wunderfisch?
You can take one.
She brought goodies. Not enough, I think, for the whole audience, but maybe the jury wants to share later. Good luck.
Thank you. As a fun fact, my name Deniz means the sea in Turkish, and the sea is exactly what I'm gonna talk to you about today. So if we think about the future of food, usually we talk about solutions for and from the 30% landmass of our planet. Yet what we tend to forget are the other 71% of our planet. So our planet, as 71% are covered by ocean, yet only 1% of all climate finance goes into the oceans today. We are here to change this and to bring more attention to the oceans. How? With cultivated seaweed. Seaweed is amazing because it does not require fresh water, fertilizers, or soil to grow. There are 10,000 of species who are currently completely underutilized in the food industry, some tasting like truffle, like lemon. So really all flavors that you can find on land also exist in the oceans. Wherever you cultivate seaweed, biodiversity increases naturally, and also fishing communities across the world can switch from fishing to seaweed farming. Most of these initiatives are actually female-led in Tanzania, India, but we actually take our seaweed from Northern Europe, from Norway, Ireland, and Sweden. So what we do is, the vision we have is we want to bring seaweed into every food we eat. We have developed a proprietary processing methods for these 10,000 of seaweed species to reduce or exchange actually up to 30% in every food with seaweed. We're talking about alternative fish, but we are also talking about meat hybrids. We're talking about baked goods, because seaweed is very good in water retaining, so it increases the shelf life of bread, just as an example. And by this, we are unlocking a huge market. This is just the market for seaweed functional ingredients. Obviously, if we're talking about the plant-based space, the market is much bigger. But I can see in your faces already,
can we really make this work? Who really wants to eat seaweed on a daily basis? Can we make it work? And there's obviously just one answer: yes, we can. To prove that seaweed ingredients are scalable, affordable, and that consumers want to eat it, we created Better Fish, the first plant-based fish products made from seaweed. In just 2 years, we generated more than 3 million in revenue. These are just some of our partners in Europe. We sold the cans that I handed to you. We sold just 130,000 cans just this year. And we won over partners such as Aldi, Japan Airlines, and Pizza Hut. Our products have impact by design. In just the past 2 years, we exchanged over 190 tons of tuna fish and spared a lot of bycatch in the meantime. But this is just the beginning. Like I said, we want to bring seaweed into every food there is. This is my amazing team. We are based in Berlin. We are supported by impact investors that you can see down there: Pale Dot, Astanoa, Sagana, and Mudcake, just as an example. And why am I here? I'm looking actively for partners from the food industry in Spain and for investors, impact investors, for our next round.
What's the environmental impact of cultivating seaweed instead of just fishing? What's the difference between it?
Yeah, what I love about seaweed is that it brings systemic change. So it really starts upstream. Like wherever you cultivate seaweed in the oceans, you reduce ship traffic naturally, which allows the fish population and habitat to recover. Like I said, it increases biodiversity, but it also regulates the pH level in the ocean. So it counters acidification. On the social side, lots of the seaweed farmers that we work with actually come from the fishing industry and switch to something good. And then obviously there's lots of positive impact for us, health impacts. All the nutrients that we usually find in fish actually come from seaweed, so smaller fish that at some point ate the seaweed. So we are doing something good for ourselves as well.
Can you elaborate a little bit further on the benefits for the consumer in that sense? Incredible project, thank you.
Yes, so the benefits for the consumer, right? So in generally, I mean, seaweed has a lot of nutrients, like all the omegas, fibers, iodine, like a lot of micronutrients. But currently the food industry is not using them because most of the farmers are just harvesting it and drying it. So there's a huge gap in the food industry from actually turning this raw material into a scalable ingredient. And that's what we're trying to do. So we look into how to break up the cell walls of seaweed, separate these different components, flavors, proteins, micronutrients, to then allow it to integrate it into many foods.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess that the consumer education, as you said before, would take time, investment, and more, versus the B2B. So how are you prioritizing your efforts in the B2B versus the consumers, and why?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So what we did with Better Fish is we built the Trojan horse. We actually don't talk a lot that it's made from seaweed. You know, it's plant-based tuna, plant-based salmon. It tastes amazing. It's quite affordable. It retails at €2.99 only. So we really we kind of democratize regenerative food, but we don't talk to the consumer about seaweed because I believe, like you said, that it will take time. And we don't have time. You know, we need amazing products now. So we give them the tuna. They can start eating seaweed. And by this, we actually convinced the food industry. So I believe that the B2B side will be much bigger, but it's just starting out because we've proven with Better Fish that it works. Now the
really
B2B
out of time. I'm so
partners,
sorry.
just finishing the sentence, now the food industry is coming to us and asking us, can you do something else for us?
Okay, a very big applause. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Again, guys, I got hired for my punctuality. Next up, we have Bio2Coat. This is a company based in Barcelona, and they're going to help us extend the shelf life of our foods. Personally, I could use that. I travel a lot, and I feel like I'm wasting a lot of food. Please welcome Faraidi to the stage with a very warm applause.
Thank you so much.
I think we can do a little bit better than that. Come on, guys. Lunch is almost there. The last two startups.
It's here. So it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Faraidi Mata, co-founder of Bio2Coat. The mission of Bio2Coat is to eliminate food waste and reduce the plastic use in food packaging materials. So 1/3 of all food production goes to waste. 48% of this amount is made of roots, fruits, and vegetables. This cost of us in Europe 143 million euros. At the same time, each one of us wasted 21 kilos of plastic from without recycling every year from packaged material. So we have a solution. It's a fully edible packaging that can be used in 3 different ways. The first one is an edible coating to extend shelf life of fruits and vegetables. The second one is a fully edible packaging who replace plastic in multiple applications, such as sealed pouches, vacuum bags, and semi-rigid trials. And we have a third solution. If the packaging will be part of your recipe, in this case, we can add some vegetable extracts in the packaging and add flavor, color, and taste. So in this case, we have some prototypes here. The first one is a tomato sauce edible packaging. You just put all the packaging in the boil water, the packaging will be dissolved, and the pasteurizer keeps the tomato sauce. So our edible coating is ready to go to the marketing. So we apply on the food surface, creates a semi-permeable barrier that reduces transpiration and respiration rates. With this, we can extend shelf life of fruits and vegetables up to 15 days, reduce mass loss up to 50%, improve appearance, color, and texture, and also reduce the environment impact. So Bio2Coat we can use in refrigerated temperature and room temperature. Of course, our solution creates a huge impact in environment and people. We contribute with SDGs 2, 9, 12, and 13. Our marketing is huge. And the edible coating, it's a market segment who more increase in Europe in the last years. So we have a B2B business model, so we produce the coating and sell to the producers of the fruits and vegetables. And they can apply for drenching, dispersion, immersion, leaving the system already used for them. So we have benefits on the value chain, and our go-to-market strategy is increase the type of fruits and the geographical area. In relation of competitors, we are most natural, and we can apply in a huge type of fruits and vegetables. Our team is very complementary and internationality. So we have now in our first seat, and thank you, and I hope you join us to save the planet one fruit at a time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question. What can you tell us about the psychological barrier from consumers to eat a product that has something on it that you don't really know what it is, and therefore you need quite a lot of education and reassurance?
Yes, we need to make a huge program of marketing with the end consumer, of course. But if we can explain that they already eat a packaging, because we buy citrus and fruits and apples with the wax, no, outside. This is a packaging. It's an edible. It's not a natural edible packaging sometimes, but it's always a packaging. So I think we can do the explanation for that.
Thank you. What is your carbon footprint?
Carbon footprint, yes. Bon, our solution is 100% natural. When we produce in distant marketing, like in Brazil, we produce there. We not produce in Spain and send to the Brazil. We produce in Brazil and sell in Brazil. And of course, when we reduce the food waste, we reduce the carbon as well. No, so I don't know how this impact, how much it is, but I think it's great because we are looking at calculations and it's big.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, very big applause. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Then I hope you're ready for the very last one before we can go to lunch. This is a Barcelona-based company that has designed an environmental management software to help the agriculture industry reduce their impact. Here to present Cacta is Luciano. A very big last applause.
So, we are still doing it bad. The last assessment on the planetary boundaries showed us that most of the fundamental processes that are needed to maintain life on Earth are at risk. Luckily, there is a scientific proven method that allows us to comprehensively measure the environmental impact, and it's the life cycle assessment method. However, in order to do it rightly, we need time and know-how. But there is hope. The change is already happening and much faster than ever expected. By 2030, we believe that most of global companies will be managing sustainability as a whole. And in fact, the agricultural sector will increase steadily. And in this context, more and more companies are going to join the commitment to change the planet. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Luciano Zambataro. I'm CEO and co-founder of CACTA, holding a PhD in life cycle assessment modeling. And I will tell you how we are going to lead the transformation through positive action. We develop a solution that is based on the LCA method and is internationally verified, that automatically collects all the operational data from our clients through API connections into their systems and transform it through a state-of-the-art algorithm into measurable and traceable KPIs. The information is then displayed on a web-based platform. The benefits are zero time demand for our clients, up-to-date automatic reports following the legislation in Europe, and the possibility of a commercial differentiation. All of this said, displaying on a very user-friendly interface, showing a 360 environmental footprint assessment, allowing for benchmark against the market, and even a contribution analysis in order to really take action with the solution. Our business model is based on an annual subscription, and we differentiate two types of customers. With this approach, we are targeting, in a first phase, an objective market of $5.7 million, focusing in Argentina and Spain, where we already have active clients, with the possibility of expansion on a second phase toward Latin America, USA, France, and Germany. This year, we are hoping to end with total 16 clients and more than 70K in revenue. But we are not only relying on the producers. We are also working on the whole ecosystem to really boost sustainability through all the supply chain. And that's why we develop strategic partnerships with financial institutions like Banco Galicia and also agrochemical producers. Of course, I'm not alone. I'm here also with a team of experts that we really believe and are committed that a change is coming, and it's coming now, because as I said at the beginning, there is hope. We are CACTA and we believe that sustainability is possible. Thank you very much.
Hi, thank you very much. What is the benefit for the farmer? I guess you have big farmers or big companies, but if you want to go to the small farmer as well, what is the main benefit of your solution?
Yeah, we have different types of farmers, actually. Some groups are really dedicated to measure because they want. That's a smaller portion. And then we have two situations. That's why we're working on an ecosystem. We have one possibility of farmers that are actually selling their products to bigger companies that are already demanding to disclosure the information. And on the other hand, we have also these partnerships with financial institutions where the client can access benefits in terms of the financiation rate because they are measuring and disclosing the environmental information. So for them, that's a benefit.
Hi, can you talk a little bit more about the differentiation that you find within the market and your competitors, please?
Yes, sure. So today, we find two types of competition. There are a group of kind of automated tools that measure the CO2 footprint, but that's only one part. And then we have the LCA-based software that really requires someone to be putting all the information and managing it. So we merge these two worlds by automating the whole assessment, including water footprint, including ecosystems, in an automated way. So we are really fostering for scalability in our product.
Okay, very big applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We have a very short lunch break for Spanish standards. We're going to have less than 30 minutes for some food. I think that's over there, if I saw it correctly. But please be back here at 3:10 as we have two more incredible panels left for you. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome back. Everybody have a good lunch. This is a nice way when it's a Spanish summit, like you have some time to actually connect, have a little vino. Anyway, for those who don't know me yet, my name is Zenit Janssens. I'm the director of the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center at IE University. It's a university based in Madrid, and we are the top 5 in the world for entrepreneurship. So I get to do a lot of fun stuff like this. And this particular summit is actually very special because of what we're focusing on, right? How can change makers, how can we do good? Well, this panel is going to address a very, very tricky topic, I think, which is very necessary. I got it here. The role of finance in catalyzing social progress in a future economy. For that, we have an incredible expert panel. Unfortunately, which one was it? ¿Cuál era? Yeah, Miguel. Miguel couldn't make it, but luckily we have Raúl from Cofidis. I'm going to say them all, and then I'm going to ask for a big applause. Borja from Citibank Social Finance, Tim from Alpha Mundi, Lynn Cecile from Lumo Labs, and moderating this very interesting conversation is going to be Anaïs from Oxfam. Please give them a very, very big applause. Find your picture, guys.
Problema de identidad.
So, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this to our session. So it's a big pleasure for me, really, to moderate this really distinguished panel today. So we are all here representing different actors working in sustainable and impact finance, and we have a very ambitious objective today. So we have 40 minutes to really rethink the role of the financial sector in the social progress. So the role of finance to catalyze social progress in a future economy, so it's our main focus of the conversation today. So the reason why we are having this conversation is quite obvious. The financial sector holds an immense potential to really generate a positive and sustainable impact on a large scale. But we still face significant challenges. So an unequal and unsustainable financial system that's still existing, and also an increasing funding needs to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So how can the financial sector really be a catalyzer for social progress? Where are the gaps? What are solutions? What are also innovative mechanisms and partnerships and approaches to address these challenges? And what is really needed to accelerate this? So this is going to be the focus of our conversation today. And just before we start, and I'll give you the floor, dear colleagues, just a few words about Oxfam and why we are also on this panel. So Oxfam, we are an international NGO with a mission to eradicate poverty and fight against injustice. So we are a global confederation and work in over 80 countries around the world. So one of our main focus area is the promotion of just economies, and here, of course, the focus on promoting a more fair and sustainable financial sector is one of our main objectives. And so we do this in our work here with the financial sector at 2 main levels. So first is on advocating in the different financial actors for more accountable, responsible, and sustainable criteria in the financial industry. So we really press on bankers, insurers to really raise the bar in terms of impact and human rights criteria. And we do this, for example, with our Fair Finance initiative, which assess the level of integration of ESG and human rights criteria within banks, insurance companies, and also pension funds in different countries. And secondly, we do this with through impact investments. So we provide different financial services for underserved SMEs and also communities around the world. So we have different impact investment funds in microfinance, in SME finance that we are running in emerging and frontier markets. And to start the conversation, I would really like to invite you all to first maybe introduce yourself and maybe also give us your insight in terms of what have you seen, what progress you have seen a little bit in the financial sector towards more social progress. And maybe Tim, I'd like to start with you. So you are one of the pioneers in the impact investment sector. So tell us a bit more about what you are doing and what has been your experience.
Thank you so much, Anais. It's nice to be here. I'm Tim Raji, the founder of Alphamuni Group. I used to work in traditional finance and banking in Switzerland. I'm based in Geneva. I used to work for UBS mostly. And in 2008, I created Alphamuni Group, and since then we've invested about $125 million in impact ventures in Latin America and Africa. We also have a nonprofit foundation that's deployed about $10 million in grants for technical assistance. So I'm definitely a believer that we can innovate in finance for sustainability and the global good, but it's not an easy journey. And if you look at maybe the big picture worldwide, the first thing is, based on 2022 data, we know that there were about $100 trillion managed by financial institutions worldwide, and about 45% of that was invested with an ESG lens, right? An environment, social and environmental and governance lens. And based on the latest information we have from the Global Impact Investing Network, about $2 trillion of those 100 trillion are invested with a measurable and positive impact, right? So that gives you a sense of the scale. If we want to transform the financial industry globally to finance a transition to a more sustainable economy, to a more socially inclusive, we still have a long way to go, because the majority of financial assets today are not invested in a sustainable way, and they're not invested in a way that allows you to measure what impact they're generating, right? So that's challenge number one. Challenge number two is that we have the Sustainable Development Goals, and according to the United Nations, about 25% of the goals will be achieved by 2030 if we keep at the same pace, right? So this is a failure of the global society and of the financial industry to find ways to mobilize capital for the SDGs in time before we reach critical thresholds that can hurt humanity. And of that, according to Spain NAB in 2023, you have about $1.5 billion invested for impact, right? So we, together on this panel, we can show you from different perspectives, the public sector, banks, and the European impact investing sector, that it is possible to innovate for impact and to shift the financial industry, but it's not easy, right? And it's going to take, there's no magic bullet. And I would just finish my first opening statement by saying we're going to need a lot of different instruments to move the financial industry and to catalyze funding for the SDGs in time by 2030. And these instruments include, regulatory incentives and frameworks, as well as public subsidies. They include transforming the incentives of pension funds and banks and asset managers, maybe even reinterpreting what is the fiduciary duty. And in Europe, we have a new set of regulations called SFDR that bring transparency to how we manage portfolios and force financial institutions to disclose how sustainable they are in their investments. That's a really good first step towards transparency. And ultimately, we also need to educate all the asset owners, whether it's private investors to those who make the decisions in the pension funds and other asset management companies, about impact investing. Impact investing is not a dirty word. It's not a very small thing that's going to stay there. Impact investing is the fastest growing segment in the financial industry. We have a set of standards that allow us to measure very precisely what social and environmental impact we achieve, and there is no limit to growth, right? If we have $2 trillion invested already in impact investing, it means it can grow a lot more. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tim. Raul, you want to go next, please?
Okay. We agree that we are going to, not to give monologues, we are going to discuss and dialogue. I hope too that we can have. The first thing, I think, what is impact? If we will be able, I think, 2004, 2025, it will be the year of the impact around the world. I think I'm not Miguel Tiana. This is Raúl Sánchez. I'm the person who manages the Social Impact Fund. What I think is one of the most revolutionary instruments in Europe to change what the things are doing today. I think we are talking about different figures, but the real thing is we are not able to define what is impact around Europe, around different countries. We'll be facing impact washing, we'll be facing a lot of different things that are different to impact. In our case, Cofides is a state-owned company that manages public funds, around 6 billion. For the last year, our company was revolutionary under the umbrella of the Minister of Economy and the Spanish government. having a fund and the next generation funds to really make the difference, to say, okay, we can support this ecosystem, it's an impact ecosystem that we have in Spain, with the idea to strengthen what we are doing, supporting different type of projects, and no matter who the beneficiary is, no matter who is the tool that you need for the social impact project, but the main idea is to transform the reality that we have. I'm not going to explain hundreds of projects that we are facing now, but what I think is really important is how we think we are able to change the things that we have now.
Thank you. And thank you for being here, inviting me. I'm Lynn. I'm a partner in Lumo Labs. For those who doesn't know Lumo Labs, we are a venture VC. So we invest in Europe, pan-European fund, into great founders who use disruptive technologies to solve one of 4 SDGs, and sustainable cities, climate action, health and education. So that's what we invest in, and we truly believe that its impact is profit because of impact. So we don't see this as a philanthropical thing, but it's more impact because of a business case, basically. We see a big shift from governments, from legislation, from measurements, driving towards positive impact. And at the same time, we see a lot of talent wanting to work in these sectors. So for us, it's also a calculation in that, of course. I also want to pick up on some of the numbers you mentioned as well, Tim, because according to the GIN, the Global Impact Investment Network, the impact, I hear a lot in conferences like this, or maybe actually not in this crowd, but in other crowds, that impact is niche. That it's just a small market, it's just like for philanthropists, there is a very, very niche market. And I truly believe that's wrong. And according to the GIN, the current market for impact investing is around $1 to 2 trillion US, but it's growing with more than 20% annually. And that, of course, has a compounding effect. So before we reach less than 10 years from now, this will be more than $8 trillion US worth. So I think that there is a massive effect and a pull now towards impact, which is good. So I would say, end it with that and just say, let's make impact the new normal.
Thank you, Lynn. Paula.
Thank you very much. My name is Borja Garcia. I'm the head of structuring in Latin America in Citi Social Finance. Just briefly on social finance and what we do at Citi, this is an activity that the bank has been doing the last 20 years. It was called Citi Microfinance. But long story short, what happened in 2021 is that we issued a 1 billion social bonds, and the mandate was expanded to do access to basic services, access to basic infrastructure, and financial inclusion. This is an activity that we do across 45 markets in emerging markets. But again, if you want to know more about Citi Social Finance, happy to do it after the panels. I think that the important here and the main challenge that I see, and particularly in my case that I joined the team 3 years ago, I developed majority of my career in development by finance institutions like Inter-American Development Bank, BII, the UK Development Finance Institutions. And I moved to Citi with that kind of utopic view of potentially change things, right? Because to me, the main challenge that we have is how we align the incentives between all these institutions, right? You have development banks that probably they need to take more risks of what they take. When you are sitting there, you don't want to take it for different reasons. Then I'm in the private sector now, and then you have a lot of challenge trying to work with these institutions because you don't like the kind of economics that you have and the blended finance incentives. So I think that to me, the main challenge that the financial sector is having, because all the banks, including Citi, have these ambitions of 1 trillion of sustainability assets by 2030, but it's how we align all the incentives between development banks, public sector, private sector, to really work together and move the agenda. Otherwise, this is not going to work, is what I think.
Thank you very much, everybody. So I think what we hear is really that there is really good perspective for the growth of the sector, and really like great, innovation is already happening among the financial sector. But it seems that we are not moving fast enough. Huh? I think, Tim, you gave like good number on this. So what are really the barriers that you are confronting and that you see in the sector that really we need to address to move forward? Who would like to start? Tim, go on.
Well, I'd like to mention one open for the conversation, which is the perception of financial returns versus impact returns.
Yeah.
I think a lot of asset owners have the impression that if you invest for impact, you're going to earn less money, right? You're going to be doing a trade-off, and you're going to take more risk or take more time. And in fact, the data that we see from the markets if we define what market returns are, and if it's equity or listed bonds, right, you can see that impact performance has matched the financial returns of traditional markets over the last 10 years. So this is a
But
false...
I think, let me tell you.
Yeah, sure, please.
We have a problem because the problem that we measure the economic impact, I think, is under a model that is really old-fashioned. I think, in my opinion, is one of the main barriers that we have. How do you measure, for example, to save a life? How do you measure when you have a disabled person having some employment that previously is really impossible to obtain? But you can measure, you have also provide an economic value. At the same time, you have an economic impact and economic figures. And I think it's one of the problems that also we have with impact investment funds, with VC funds, and also with some large institutions. We measure with the same tools, with the same way that we were doing. We are not going to change anything because this economic, also this impact ecosystem is not going to change never if we are not able to align the incentive or really great and big banks with all the institutions. Some ways it's because you have a regulation. Some ways because you really believe on what you are doing. I think we have to be able to show. It's a challenge, I think, for us.
I love this because one of the issues that we have is if you look at listed equity and bonds, usually negative externalities, negative impact is not valued in the price that you buy or sell the equity for, right? So for example, Nestle, if they wanted to compensate their carbon emissions for 2023, they would lose 66% of their net profits in 2023, right? So just to give you a sense. And by the same token, when we have positive impact through impact funds, we're not monetizing the positive impact, right? So this is missing from the positive financial returns still. And hopefully that can change. I don't know how you guys see this, but...
No, I agree. And I think the way to measure it, that's a whole different conversation as well, right? And I'm quite happy that we now in Europe at least have SFDR 8 and 9 for the fund management side. Although it's not perfect, at least it's starting to be a more conform measurement system for the impact funds. But I also see a lot of what you are saying as well, with financial returns. In these cases, we invest very early stage, pre-seed and seed, into companies. And the VC model was brilliant when it was invented, like with B2B SaaS companies, very less complex technology, high scalable, high to sell, very easy to roll out, basically, with the tech boom. Nowadays, us included, and a lot of other VCs are doing more capital-intensive investments, also investing into much more complex technologies that also have governments as their clients. So I really also see the need for a lot of cooperation between both institutional banks and also, of course, governments. I'm very happy about this initiative to both support the fund managers, but also support the companies because they need much more capital to make these solutions really make the difference and the impact that they deserve to do and that we need for the future.
And I think that, just no comment the same, but you talk a lot about returns, and I think that the other key point is about the perceived risk, right? I think that in many cases, what we are seeing is that, and we have endless conversation about blended finance, the need of first coverage, and what I say many times is maybe we need to educate the investors, including myself, CT, and my colleagues, about that when you take a look to the risks of these portfolios, I'm much, much better than in many cases other asset class, right? So I think that there is an important part, not only on the returns, but also on the perceived risk that the market has with this kind of asset, particularly we're talking about emerging markets assets. And then the other point is about impact, right? Because as of today, I think that everybody's measuring impact in a different way. So there is no homogeneous way on how the different asset classes are measured, right? So I think that these 2 points are really important on the equation in addition to returns, right?
I totally agree with you. We have an example in Spain. If you look at the figures of the ethical banking, the non-default of the ethical banking is really lower than the financial system. For example, Odos or institutions like this, they have like 57% of non-default compared to the financial system that is really it's 35, 33. It's something that you say is the perceived
risk.
perception of all the people who are managing the decision in the institution. It's something that we have to change.
And I would like to share an example on risk, because changing risk perception is absolutely fundamental to move more capital towards SDGs and impact. And there was a product that was launched recently by the MacArthur Foundation, IFC, and Alliance, right? Alliance is big private sector managers. And it was 3 layers of risk. So MacArthur Foundation was taking the first loss, IFC was taking second level of loss, and therefore the institutional investors could come in and they put more than $100 million in an impact product that would have been impossible for any pension fund to invest in if you didn't have these 2 layers of first losses. And what's cool about it, because in Switzerland we've had the same experience for microfinance, is that normally these layers of protection are actually not necessary. So investors, after 3, 4, 5 years, they realize that these layers of protection are not necessary, and then they can follow on with other investments, but without the protection anymore, because they understand the value and the benefits and the risk of that market. So I think we also have, public sector actors like Cofidis have a key role to play in helping the market get there by doing de-risking, even if the de-risking is not in fact necessary sometimes.
I think de-risking and also giving credibility what we are doing. We are talking about, for example, in our case, in the social impact fund, we must deploy 400 million until August 26. But I think the most important thing that we have done is to set up a legal framework to define what is impact investment. I think this is really most important what did the 400 million. Why? Because if we would like to change how companies include the social returns of what they are doing, I'm dreaming in 27 we'll have tax incentive for that type of institution, or type of companies decide, okay, if you are giving, I think, to the society a return that really save public expenditure, you will have some incentives. Imagine the revolutionary in Spain. We have, for example, big corporation. We have like 450. We have around. We are talking about the ecosystem is 1.4. It's really small. Imagine we are able to more than 3 million of companies that we have in Spain that they only at 10% or 30% of these companies, SMEs, and companies, they include really the purpose of achieving also economic impact and also social sensibility. Today, I think nobody, you can imagine what happened with the social responsibility 20 years ago. You remember? I worked for that time in a foundation. I prepared the strategy on social responsibility, and after 70 days, I quit the foundation. Because I asked one question to all the big corporates that were in my board. What is the social responsibility in your company? And for this single question, the answer was marketing, institutional relations, etc., etc., etc. I think with the impact investment, we are today in this specific moment. We are in the moment to change how is the perception of the impact investment. We are in really the moment that I hope, I have this dream, I am ambitious, we must be ambitious. We have the moment that we are going to show that we can have economic returns and at the same time we can have social return for the society. I think so, my dream.
Yeah? So we are already hearing like a good example of innovative mechanism that you are using. Can you tell us a little bit more about example from your organization that you are using to respond to these challenges? I'm thinking, for example, maybe to you, Borja, with Citibank, that you are.
Yeah, we do a lot of work, as I mentioned, or try to do with MDB, multilateral banks, DFIs. I think a particular good example that we have is a program that is called Scaling Enterprise. It's a program that is focusing on fintech, and the way that this works is a bit of blended finance structure. So this is a program that we have with DFC, which is the development finance institution from the US, with the Ford Foundation and Citi. And the way that this works is you have a framework in which Citi is normally lender of record of these transactions, focusing on companies that don't really have access to credit in the markets, but that we see a lot of potential to start growing and that they need this kind of funding. So we have this partnership with Horn Foundation and DFC, and we split the risks, right? It's similar to the structure that Tim was mentioning. You have a first loss that is covered by the Horn Foundation, and then DFC and Citi split the risk. So I hope to, this is a 100 million program, but I hope to see more of these kind of programs, because it's really providing what this company needs, which is local currency financing, particularly in emerging markets, and also with a tenor that is not really short-term facilities, more on the range of 2, 3, 4 years, right? So this is one particular example for public or public collaboration, let's say.
Other like kind of experiences or specific example for maybe blended finance models, so that
experience, but something where they are working with the social economy in a lot of cases is only to obtain the financing. Only it's simple like that. Sometimes you have probably have heard about first loss, whatever. But sometimes when you're working with the social economy is to have to be able to raise financing or not, because with this perception. And in our case, if we tackle the market failures, if we are really tackle where is the underserved, undercovered social challenges, will have really a strong impact in the society, no?
This is where we see you as a team. A specific example from your side, maybe?
Sure. So I think we benefited from two things. One is the fact that we have a foundation helps us de-risk the execution of business plans by the companies in our portfolio. So our foundation provides technical assistance to help with product innovation, market expansion, consumer credit facilities, impact measurement, and all this adds to execution capacity. One of the biggest risks you have when you bet on entrepreneurial talent is, are they going to be able to execute their business plan even in difficult circumstances? And by having a complementary instrument through the foundation, I think that was really helpful for our venture investments in Africa and Latin America. And the other thing that I'm really keen to see happen is, we know that developing countries have the biggest hurdle in terms of funding their SDGs, right? They have to receive $4 trillion per year to finance SDGs in developing countries. And it would be great if we somehow managed to start partnering with local investors, because there's a lot of wealth being created in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia. And if we can bring these investors into the conversation of impact investing alongside Europeans and Americans, I think we can unlock a lot of new resources and local insights for strategies for development.
Thank you, Tim. And Lynn, yeah, maybe from your VC perspective.
I just also want to comment on that, because I think it's also go for the European market or developing countries, so to speak. Because I think we can also have a long way to go here as well when it comes to impact investing. And there's still a lot of both companies, institutions, countries, foundations, maybe not foundations, but high-net individuals and so forth, that still prefer more traditional investment vehicles. And I think that's also a risk, to not be exposed to impact investing at all. So I think there's also a risk picture there. And I think a lot of the solutions developed, for example, in Europe, where we invest, is also applicable for other places in the world, where we have a lot of expertise or niche competence. And I truly believe in building what I call unfair advantages, that we use the advantages we have from the educational institutions, from technology perspective and so forth, and to export those technologies where it's relevant, and vice versa, obviously. So.
Great. And I was wondering if, in terms of, is there any key industries or sector where you think, okay, in the future now we should really put special attention to this?
Really open, I think. Really, social innovation, I think, is something where we can talk about energy, or whatever, health, or whatever, but really is social innovation, is how we solve the real problems of the society through innovation. I think is one of the
I think that's something that we're seeing more and more, is that normally nowadays is climate social, no? So something that we're seeing more and more in all these conferences and panels is how you combine both. To be honest with you, sometimes I don't really know how to do it, because we're asked to do almost everything on the investments that we do. Yeah. But I think that a topic, not for the future, maybe on the present and more coming on the future, is that combination of how you tackle basically the social issues with the climate issues, because at the end of the day, I don't think that you can separate both, right? So I think this is something we're seeing more and more.
United Nations today make sure impact challenge in environmental side and climate change with social
transactions,
always,
I really agree. I have to comment on that as well, because that really ties into our investment thesis, where we do both climate and our environmental impact on one side and societal on the other side. We tie our climate mandate into sustainable cities. Because it's very much linked to the societal effect. And I think we did some research into numbers, but I think by 2050, more than 80% of the world will live in big cities. And that, of course, have a lot of effects on health, but also on the education system and retraining. And obviously, the planet, we need to find more sustainable ways to live in these cities, both with the use of technology, but also hardware, of course.
Absolutely. And maybe we can add also the role of technology, which I think will play a big role for cities, sustainable cities. But if you look at microfinance, which was really the beginning of a commercial approach for sustainable development, and that led to then impact investments in energy and water and buildings. Microfinance had a dramatic turn when we moved into fintech, right? Fintech completely accelerated the growth of financial inclusion services in developing countries. It's also now become ubiquitous in Europe and the US. And fintech has democratized also the access to all sorts of financial services. And now, with the advent of artificial intelligence, I cannot see what's going to happen, but I know something is going to happen, something big. And I think it'll be interesting to model in our future strategies how we can benefit from and include technological changes like artificial intelligence to expand the reach of our impact with the same level of resources. I think that'll be very interesting.
With technology and AI, we have a real challenge. If you look at the figures, for example, of the patents that are in the World PO, or World Patent Organization, the first 200 institutions, there's only one European company.
Wow.
Only one. It's not a company. It's the Fraunhofer Institute from Germany. Is in the position 178. The rest of companies, institutions are Chinese or US, from US. I think we have a real problem for coming up. What I'm sure is the development of the results of these patents and products. We're not thinking about how we can have a better world, probably. It's our role also to public institutions, to multilateral institutions, to think about more, I think, out of the box in this sense. I think European Union in this case is working, for example, on that, how we could also benefit the people, not only the company, but I think the problem is not the AI, the problem is the business model that is under all these technologies.
Yeah, and maybe also we already heard about like a very innovative partnership happening. So which collaboration do you think are key to push also the agenda forward?
I think I said at the beginning, but I think that, again, this sometimes, and again, I came from the multilateral banks, I'm in the private sector now, but I feel sometimes that we are working in different directions, right? So I really think that this, let's call it public-private collaboration is critical, but with real action, right? Because, again, you go to all these forums and different places and a lot of words, but it's more what kind of programs we can put in place to mobilize more private sector capital, let's say, right? So I think that is going to be key if we really want to achieve the goals that we have, right?
And you were mentioning earlier the United Nations, and they had their big annual conference in New York just a few weeks ago. And a lot of people are saying that the multilateral order is dying, right? And that it's becoming harder to collaborate in these international forums and the United Nations, etc. But what I'm seeing in our industry is exactly the opposite, that we have a lot stronger incentive to collaborate. And we see this not just within the private sector of different countries, but also with the public sector, the philanthropic sector, because together we have a track record of being much more successful than if we try things alone. And I hope that this could be an example also at some point for politicians and countries.
No. I joined Confidence the last year in October, and one of the greatest things that I found after more than 200 meetings with different institutions, from startups, from foundation, funds, everything, is the strong spirit of collaboration between them. I have several meetings, for example, with ethical banks, with different banks, talking about how they measure the risks, etc. I cannot imagine a JP Morgan to another institution working about that. what I think is like I found what is incredible and really powerful here is there is a common purpose that will be, I think, probably more powerful than what we have outside here. It is something that we'll be able to change in some ways this world is something better or something.
Yeah. And I didn't hear the word of civil society, but I just wanted to, as representative from a civil society organization, we are really interested here also working hand in hand with the various actors, and we are already doing it, working with fund managers, trying to develop also new products, so happy to work on this together. And I think maybe it's a good moment to open the floor to the public. So we have only 5 minutes. So let's start with one question here. Yeah.
There's a mic over there.
There's a micro here. Oh, great. Thank you.
Hello, yeah. Thank you very much for that interesting panel. I'm working at Fitrust in France. We are a social impact private equity investment manager, a pioneer. And the role of finance to catalyze social progress. If finance wants to catalyze social progress, it needs to be patient. And I think this was raised by a few of the panelists, that we know by experience in France and also in Europe, that for a social business to reach its break-even, when you employ disabled people, it can take 10 years. Okay? So the funds today are on a very short-term view, like 5 + 5 years of investment, 5 years of exit. It doesn't fit what social businesses need. So the role of finance is also to be patient, to take risks, but to be patient, to support, as you said, and mentoring entrepreneur.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other question? Maybe we grabbed a few questions and then you can.
Well, thanks a lot. It's very interesting. So I'm Valérie Mazon. I'm managing Danone Communities and Impact Investment Fund. And my question is regarding incentive for the fund. Do you implement impact incentive on top of financial, but making sure that impact is first reached and then financial return?
I can start to comment on that from our side. In Lumo Labs, we have tied the impact measurements and impact goals to our own carry. So it's really incentivized. And I think for like a venture fund, that's almost the only way we can ensure that the fund will always seek to do the impact returns. Of course, in addition to the financial returns, this is a for-profit. But I think to have the incentive model carried to the impact goals is crucial, especially for venture. When we invest so early stage, the companies will change, they will pivot when they grow. So it's very important that we are aligned on the impact side throughout the journey of the companies.
Yeah. Any other experience, maybe? Or?
I think, for example, in our case, we are, in November, will be operative, but the procedure, what I think is the first step is to really define and also to be sure that we have an impact investment fund there. Really, the intentionality is very clear. In a fund also, this intentionality you can show through the incentive, for example. How would you manage if you are not reaching the goals that you say that you will be to marvelous? What's happened? I found some cases in funds, for example, where I ask, okay, what happens if you don't reach these social KPIs or whatever? Nothing will be, the next year will be better. No. It's an answer, real answer. And also really, you have your theory of change that really show what are you tackling, what social challenges, your KPIs, and also the financial sustainability of what you are doing. For example, in the cases where we have funds that have some track record, well, what is really important is to look at, for example, the startup that they have invested. It's incredible how you see if an impact investment fund is an impact investment fund or not. When you look at the investment they have done, and also the pipeline that they are looking at.
And maybe quickly on the point of duration, I think foundations that have endowments and pension funds are very good partners to invest for very long term, 10 to 20 years. But most of them have still not invested for impact or not big amounts. So we need to focus on endowed foundations across Europe and in Switzerland, as well as pension funds, and remove the barriers for them to start committing serious assets to longer term projects. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tim. There was a question here. I don't want to forget you.
Yeah, actually, that was kind of my question. Well, I'm Isabella. I'm a journalist for The Objective. And I was going to ask on that innovation that is happening when you rethink the fiduciary duty in pension funds, and if you can probe it further on that point.
Okay, so fiduciary duty on pension funds. The pension funds manage money for the people that they're going to finance the retirement of, right? And so by definition, it's long term. It's multiple decades, multiple generations. And it is irresponsible for any asset manager today to ignore future risks related to climate change and social inclusion and other issues related to sustainability. So I think there's a very clear case to be made that fiduciary duty has to be reinterpreted, that pension funds must factor in their investment strategies these future risks and their impacts, and that the only way really to protect your beneficiaries from these future risks is to invest with a measurable and positive impact. And you don't need to wait for the world to be perfect to start putting 1% of your assets in impact, right? Start today. There's 600 funds, 250 fund managers. There's $2 trillion invested. There is no reason any pension fund would not be able to invest today in some product across any asset class for impact.
I think one of the best examples that we have in Europe is in France. The difference that made France was when they have probably you know the rule 10-19 is all the employment pension funds are forced to invest 10% of what they are doing in social companies. It really makes the difference. In UK, for example, they use another model that was to use the dormant accounts, all the money of the people who are not using for 30 years, etc., to really to impact funds. It's an example, but for the case of France is really incredible.
I am so sorry. Me and my Dutchness are back. Guys, we only have one panel left, and then these lovely people will be able to do the whole networking in-person part. So I'm going to cut you off, but I'm going to invite you to talk to them off stage. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's good, you didn't.
I'm telling you.
Very strict here, I tell you. Now, just like a last big thank you to all our panelists, and yeah, of course, let's continue the conversation after.
Just a start, guys. It's just a start.
Bye.
I'm going to ask the speakers to hurry off stage because we need your mics for the next one. Guys, as said, I'm inviting you to stay because we have the best for the last. We have an incredible panel on ecosystem. It's going great, guys. The last part, ecosystem for good. I think we've had an incredible day here. You've seen it from the startups, whether it was social startups, and more environmentally focused startups. So right now, to wrap that up, we're going to have an incredible panel to talk about it all. And afterwards, I do invite you to go talk to them in person. I'm going to see how the logistics works there, but give them a second and they'll be right back up.
No tengo ni idea.
Ah, vale, tampoco lo puedo mirar. Sí. No, yo te voy a... No. Sí. Okay, guys. As said, the last panel of the day, Ecosystem for Good. We have the incredible Ashley from Dogpatch Labs Accelerator 2050. We have Catalina from KM0. We have Mark, all the way from my lovely country, Social Enterprise NL. Nacho from Startup Valencia and VDS. And my lovely, lovely friend is going to be moderating this amazing panel. Sarah from Prodigioso Volcan. So can I have the last welcome applause of the day and make it a very big one?
Yeah? Yeah? Perfect, thank you.
So we are going to talk about ecosystem for good. So we have here, no, Nacho, you're here.
Yeah.
We are going to talk about different type of ecosystem, not the profit-driven ones that are focused on that type of outcomes, that the ones that are much more focused on social impact, equity, sustainability. So we have here different guests from different types of ecosystem hubs all over the world. I'm going to start with a question for Nacho, maybe. Let's do a quick round of who are you, what do you do, and a small example of a impact project, impact entrepreneur, impact startup that you have in your ecosystem. Let's go.
Okay. I'm Nacho Mas. I'm the CEO of Startup Valencia. Startup Valencia is a non-profit organization. We have been founded on in 2018. And yes, and we are running a really big tech event. It's BDS, Valencia Digital Summit. This year, in a few weeks, we have the 7th edition. And yes, and our projects with the impact is about to help our community of startups to go to the next level. No? We mix together like a platform the different kind of agents, the investors, entrepreneurs, public administration, and of course corporates also. And yes, and we try to look for and to help them to go to the next level in order to have more employees in the city, and also with the women in tech, we are helping them to have more success in our community and connecting around the world also.
And in around 15 days, you have a huge event also in Valencia, VDS, that you can also attend. We hope that most of the audience here go also to VDS. Fingers crossed. Now, Mark, what about social enterprise NL?
Yeah, thank you, Social Enterprise NL. We are a network started in 2012. We have 450 members, and the members are businesses. So these are companies that are in the social domain or in the sustainability, in the food. We select on impact first, so we want social enterprises that put their impact before profits, and you will find them in any industry and so on. One example, you want an example, is Fairphone. This is a phone manufacturer, and they were founded to do something about conflict metals, so problems in Congo, cobalt, and all these things. But we have also companies that make, for example, jeans, 50% recycled garments, all these kind of things. And that's we built our ecosystem from that member foundation.
Now let's go with Catalina, because you're a different type of ecosystem, because you're like niche focused.
Exactly.
Well, everyone is kind of niche focused. You're local, social good. Now a specific sector. Yeah,
exactly. We are a food innovation hub. We are based in Valencia, but our scope is global. We were founded by an industrial group here in Valencia. That's why we are here and not in another city. And with our aim is to help the transition to a better food system. We are doing this through open innovation. We connect startups, investors, corporates, and other actors of the ecosystem. We are creating actually an ecosystem for driving this change around the world. And in talking about success cases, we have a startup that is actually here is Naria, for example. They are tackling food waste, but also food security. And there is Odos here too. They are working with farmers and helping decarbonizing this very first part of the value chain. And other kind of startups. We have a multi-corporate program also for open innovation with different types of challenges, and we work together. I think that the best example is that we are creating this ecosystem through food and through a better future through food.
Both Odos and Naria that were pitching are finalists. Yes. So maybe in like an hour we have to go to the other stage to know who won the startup challenge. And now, Ashley, you're part of a giant, let's say that, like Dogpatch Labs, but you have created like Accelerator 2050.
Yeah, so my name's Ashley Shack. I'm the head of sustainability and innovation programs at Dogpatch Labs. So Dogpatch is Ireland's leading starting hub. Is anyone here from Ireland? Okay, so I have to be careful what I say. But also, maybe you'll understand, a lot of people might ask why Ireland? Like, why are we on a panel for Ecosystem for Good and why is an Irish startup hub here, right? I know the Netherlands, there's a Dutch person, right, that came up with social enterprise. Like, of course, we're in Valencia, so you're here. But what's really interesting about Ireland is some people might disagree about this, but we have one of the largest GDPs per capita, and that's just because we have so much tech in Ireland, and that leads to a really good tech and innovation ecosystem. So really what we see our jobs as doing in the Irish tech ecosystems is really being the connector. So we connect the startups who need money with the corporates who have the money, with the governments who can create the policies to help them get that money, and of course the academics. So that's really what we see our job as doing at Dogpatch. For myself, as a head of sustainability, I run our suite of different sustainability-focused programs like the 2050 Accelerator. We're in the middle of recruitment right now, so if there are any startups out there who have a sustainability focus, definitely talk to me after. But the whole point of the 2050 Accelerator was to raise the profile of Ireland on the sustainability level and make our country really a test bed for sustainability innovation. So last year we worked with Kerry Group, ESB, which is our electrical supply board, and Quilcha, our forestry semi-state, really to just use the Irish assets and help startups validate their tech by using those assets. So
now a challenge that everyone that is involved in innovation hubs has faced, like how do you balance the different interests? Like you have a lot of technical talent, but you have investors that want to sometimes make a lot of profit. Sometimes we hope like impact-driven profit, but entrepreneurs that want to scale their idea or to start idea from scratch, whatever, businesses, corporations. How do you balance the different interests?
I'd say that we are pretty strongly, like we say with our chest, like we're by founders for founders. So that's what really sets us apart from another ecosystem actor. We run programs with founders in mind. I think I might be the only one really in Dogpatch who isn't a founder, but I come from the public sector, and someone once told me being in a nonprofit is very similar to being in a startup. It's the same type of chaos and energy. But because we are running our programs by founders, we really know the issues that founders are coming up against. So in our accelerators, we don't just have how to start up classes. We already know that the people that we've recruited know how to do that, which is why they're on the program. We know that startups need something like a route to market, or they need access to customers. So that's really what we focus our programs on. And the corporates that we work with, or even the government, because we run the government's national accelerator, they know that we're founder first, and that's why they come to us. And I think that's really our strength, because realistically, if a corporate or a government wanted to run their own innovation program, they could, right? And it would probably be bigger than ours. They have a way bigger marketing budget. Their recruitment could be better. But we really focus on that quality of saying, we're a founder, we're looking out for you, we want to help you find a customer. So come with us on this journey. And the corporates know. We do try to act as the neutral middle person or middleman when we're in these accelerators. Obviously, the corporates are giving us money, so there's an element to that where we do have to balance out their wants and needs. But we're transparent with them. We say we're here to advocate for the founder.
What about a local ecosystem like yours, Nacho?
Yes, for us, the entrepreneur is the focus is entrepreneur, no? So we have to help them by the different tools to choose the right corporate, the right fund, because now there are many funds, many corporates that want to work with startups, no, or invest in startups. And now are the founders and entrepreneurs who have the power to choose who is with more alignment with their values and whatever, no?
So you're kind of an enabler for them.
Yes,
like facilitator.
Yes, we are a platform. Yeah. We connect the people, no? And we give them visibility and we connect. But if they ask to us, we can advise them about what the different roles or the different kind of entities that there are in the ecosystem. And also the same entrepreneurs, when they have meetings. They can also exchange the different kinds of tips of different corporations or funds or whatever. So yes, we facilitate.
Okay, let's go with Netherlands. So after more than a decade, what have you learned, and how do you balance that type of interest?
Yeah.
Uh,
Or have you moved from a different point of view to
No,
another one?
it was just that I was just contemplating a bit on the word interest. Because, see, an ecosystem, we have a half-open ecosystem. We have meetings and events with just members.
Yeah.
These are social enterprises who are impact first, and we have things that engage a larger community. We want big corporates to buy from them, to work with them. But I think we are very clear in saying, okay, our principles impact first. So if you come and join us, and you bring other agendas than really want to do something for the world, yeah, then it doesn't fit. So I think, and also what Ashley said, being very transparent, being open and honest, and say this is what we do, and you're welcome. But yeah, if you have other things, then it doesn't work. And for example, we do some things with the foundation of Shell and the foundation of Google, and we sometimes get some criticism, why do you work with them? Because these are not good companies, if you want to call it like that. And for us, we say, okay, if their foundations want to do something philanthropic, whatever with us, help our entrepreneurs, they're welcome. And if not, then not. Yeah, I think it's as simple as that.
How does it sound from a corporate focus innovation
Yes.
hub? Because your mandate is...
Yes, exactly. To add something different.
Yes.
As we were founded by industry, actually, we understand what they really need or what are their needs. So our duty is like to translate like the corporate vocabulary and language to startups, and also to the startups language to corporate people. So I think that this is our value to help to create these bridges between the two very like different words, and had to intend to create like more value in these transactions. So this is, I think that this is our difference, and also in our multi-corporate program, we are trying to create like a community of knowledge between these corporates that are working together. Some of them, for example, Ruben from CAPSA, this was before giving a speech, they are, like very advanced in their corporate venturing strategy, but we also have like a corporate that is very, very, like starting this relation with the startups. So they are together, they help each other with their doubts or their suggestions, or the way they are developing their own relation with startups. So I think that this is very helpful for them.
Okay. And now, from my point of view, after having led like different accelerators and innovation hubs, the magic word is collaboration. But as Mark has pointed out, like there are a lot of agendas, and most of the agendas maybe have a room, a space, because they are legitimate, of course. But how do you foster that collaboration environment between all those interests? Have you ever said no or set a stopper to a specific partner, Mark?
Oh, yeah, we do it all the time. Well, because we have, you have to become a member as a company. You need to be a social enterprise, and about 50% of the companies that apply, we don't think are pure enough. And we get people trying to help us, or we think, in the long term this will degrade things. Because if you don't, I think trust comes from different things, but if you don't have a common purpose, it will be very difficult.
Yeah.
And then it's still difficult because, for example, if you want big companies, small companies to work together, small companies will be saying, don't you want to steal my idea? Are you really helping me? So on and so forth. It's very difficult to have them work together. And so that takes time to have them sit together.
Yeah, exactly.
And the big companies need to first put in things. They need to put in a lot of things to gain the trust. which is natural. And for small companies, yeah, often it's necessary to grow. And so we see entrepreneurs that don't want to open up, and in the end don't grow, But yeah, we try to start from a purpose orientation, and then to tell everybody to be open, to be open source, to show what you have. But yeah, it doesn't always work. That's for sure.
I can imagine the same from, for example, KM0. Sorry, I'm used to saying in Spanish, so it's kind of weird to translate it. So how do you say no to startup? Because I think that in Spain, we don't have that. We are not very used to say no to a company or to a partner. Like, we see potential everywhere, but sometimes like being loyal to our purpose is long term. It's much more better.
Yes, totally. It's like now we have like there are no so much startups in food tech space. So it's like we are not every day saying no. But now the thing is that our goal is to create success cases, because success cases will be like the key for our permanence or for our programs to go further. So now we are trying to find and to once we find it, like the startups that are facing the challenges that our corporates are interested in, and also the challenges that we really need, like challenges like food waste and food security and water management, and also we are looking for these triple bottom line solutions. Now we realize that if a startup it doesn't create like impact, it's not possible that we can help them. Even if it's super focused on food, we need that they are creating like impact in the three areas: social, economical, and environmental. So that's our standard now.
And how do you manage that? Because I think that being part of the staff of this event, it's not easy to manage saying no or saying you are not like the best one right now when you are also leading a huge event, VGS, here.
Yes, we have a problem because we have more than 500 speakers this year with 8 stages like this stage there in the City of Arts and Science. And it's really difficult to say no to most people. But we don't say no. Maybe no to be here in the States, but we invite to everybody to Valencia to come and to join together with this vibrant ecosystem. And yes, and maybe in the non-profit and in the public side is easier to say always yes. The challenge is how to collaborate between the companies, industries, accelerators, investors, and it's what we are working in to put together them and try to have maybe the same alignment with the ideas or and the social impact also. And yes, it's really the challenge, in the private sector, because if you invest in a company, maybe the other fund don't invest in the same company and it's for you and it's competitive, So it's right for us. We love the competition, but in our sector it's easier to attract and say everybody to come to Spain and to Valencia. Yeah.
Now, something that is really difficult when you work on innovation related, whatever, there is measurement. How do you track impact? How do you track, what are the key metrics for your ecosystem, for the companies, for the investors that are part of your network, whatever? How are you taking care of that? Because it's something that sometimes we don't want to see, but of course we have to measure something. And it's really it should be purpose connected somehow. So, who wants to start?
I'm most happy to start, Sandra. So if people become member from Social Enterprise NL, one of the criteria is A, you need to be transparent, and B, you need to measure your impact. So our members do measure their impact, but this is, if you're very small, difficult sometimes, because some things are difficult to measure, and other things are expensive to measure. For example, if you work with people with, let's say, disabilities or disadvantages, it's difficult to say, okay, this person worked with me for a year, and this person has grown in his skills, and otherwise it wouldn't have happened. It's difficult. So, and if you, like, for example, Fairphone works a lot on the cobalt chains, so they have an advocacy program with now also with Samsung, and so they improve the lives of people that actually children who try to excavate cobalt. But it's very difficult to say this is the reality between what I do here in a meeting room and the life of somebody in Congo. But our base is the members that actually try to measure impact as good and bad as it's possible. But for us, as an ecosystem operator, if you want to call it like that, we cannot say, well, we help our members, so every 1% of impact they make is ours. We cannot do that. A, you cannot prove it, but B, our members wouldn't like that. And also not other big corporations that help us or other impact investors. So we don't measure impact in that sense. What we can see is what are our members growing? Can we see our members growing? Can we see membership growing? We try to measure, but it's also difficult. Are they becoming more professional in the impact that they measure? But that's already quite vague. So there is, I think, a big element of trust, and we do measure, satisfaction of the people, the people in the. But if people say, "Yeah, I like to be part of the ecosystem, I think it's valuable," you can't. I mean, it's very important, but you can't call that impact. So that's the way we look at that.
What about you, Catalina?
This
is tough. Well, Ashley's going to answer after that.
No, I think that we don't have like measure different from them, like in terms of number of corporates that are in our program, the growing numbers of the startups in our community, the number of connections that we generate our summits, and the number of events and the number of people we are attracting now, and also they are related with that. But it's true that every startup is also creating an impact itself. So we cannot measure the impact that every startup is creating. So I think that maybe is a good challenge to measure also that and to add that to our impact, that the impact we are creating, for example.
What about you, Nacho? Because you are kind of a local aggregator.
Yes.
So it's a bit different.
Yes, in fact, we have an observatory.
Okay.
And we have a directory with more than 1,400 startups that we have.
From Valencia?
Region of Valencia.
Okay.
Alicante, Valencia, and Castellón. Most of them in Valencia. Maybe 85% are in Valencia. And the rest, maybe 10% in Alicante and 5% in Castellón. And in our directory, when they manage their data inside, they have questions about the social impact. And they have a question about what of the goals of the sustainability development goals they are looking for, no?
Okay.
And they, in the list they check what. So it's really a self-measure, no? But it's more than less, no? And then we have this, and these companies can tell to the world in this directory that they are looking for these goals.
Type of impact.
Yes. Yeah. So it's one. It's the form that we have to do it, and it's really difficult because yes, we would like to do it better, but it isn't easy.
Yeah, it's not something that we are really used here in Spain. Like we tend more to measure quantity.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what about you, Ashley?
I was trying to think how to answer this question because I'm terrible with numbers. It's like you should ask someone from the finance or the data team here for this. But I know generally when we're looking at impact at Dogpatch, I think it's really safe to say that, that whole thing where the whole is greater than the sum of all parts. We really look at our community members, and to kind of explain it, Dogpatch is kind of split into 3 sections. So the first is community, and that's really the ecosystem. We have over 300 members. Not all of them are in the building, but they can hot desk. There's some set meeting rooms and everything. So we really, if you take a look at any of our LinkedIn or social media pages, everything that we churn out is focused on the members. So all the good news stories of like X raised this number of euros, has this like milestone or something like that. That's generally, how we see our successes, how much we've impacted our members because we've given them, support network. The other way, or the second thing we really do is we run the national accelerator called NDRC. And so for that, I can give you actual numbers. We run the accelerator twice a year, and we invest 100,000 euros to 14 startups every year. And those are mostly B2B SaaS, they're just software mostly. But that's kind of our funnel where we first start investing in those, they become a member, then from that we get the member good story. So we really see that whole journey of a startup essentially in our ecosystem. And then lastly, corporate innovation is the last and third final thing we do. That's the team I'm on. And the one number I can give you for that is for the 2050 Accelerator last year, our NPS score was 89, and we were really proud of that. And we're confident that it's so high because, like I was saying before, the focus of the Accelerator was helping these startups get customers, helping them get pilots, helping them get paid. So I think that's really what a startup was looking for in that type of accelerator, and that's where we see our impact, really.
Okay. And finally, before opening the mic, so get ready. We are in an event full of stakeholders, different stakeholders like investors, corporates, a lot of corporates, but also academia, like R&D centers, whatever. How do you envision the future in innovation hubs in terms of being able to drive change, to drive the real impact that you have on your mandate? Let's start with Nacho, maybe?
Maybe you can. He starts better than me. Yeah.
But he can close.
I don't know. Yes, we work also with the universities on the Center of Investigation and all this kind, but we don't have really the formula because in Spain, as you told before, it isn't in the NDA of the people, of the businessman. So we are changing it, and the new generations and the new people with the new studios and the new generations, they become with us, with that. But the people who is now managing the world in Spain, they are really far of all these things. So really. We understand that the future or in the present continues. We will do it and we can, but it's really a little bit like a fight between the two worlds, these two worlds. So we are in the middle. We want to be in the two worlds, and we try to put it together and to have the best.
Okay.
Of course.
What about Catalina? How do you envision that future?
We are focused now in the next generations, actually. We have 2 programs, one for kids and the other for young students from universities. It's called Gastrogenius and the Food Tech Challenge. And we really believe that they are, not only the entrepreneurs of the future, but also the people who will be working in the food industry now. So we create with them the solutions for the new food system, right? And we also have different tools for dissemination, communication. We are on a mission to accelerate the transformation of the food system. So we really believe that we need different actors in these missions, and we are 10 in our team, but we are not enough, of course. So that's why we are trying to gather experts, food industry leaders, young generations, people from institutions that are very needed, and people from retail, to trying to elevate this ecosystem to finally driving change. But we really need that investors can invest in the things that we really need, in the problems that we are focused. So that is really needed, not only people, but also investment and the vision that we are creating the future that we really need or we really want. Where we put the money, it's going to define the future that we want to create. So we also need that. It's quite important.
So hopefully we had a lot of impact-driven investors focus on food, like Odos and on. So fingers crossed that your startups or your companies can take advantage of that. Now, Ashley?
Yeah, so I know, the common saying is you innovate out of necessity, but I think, and I can say this because I'm almost an Irish citizen, but I fear that in Ireland, there's not really that feeling of necessity yet. I don't know if that's the same story here. Most of Ireland's startup ecosystem is B2B SaaS platforms. I don't know about you, I've never had a life-changing moment that's been solved by one of those apps. But I think something that really solves that, it's what we've started doing is something, and this is cringy, but we call it startup diplomacy. But it's something I really believe in because I come from the international development sector. We started doing programs with the Department of Foreign Affairs where we bring international startups to us and we help them scale to Europe because Ireland a lot of times is seen as a gateway to the EU and to the US, so we can really help them with that. And I think it's some people might see it as a charity thing, but what I tell our Irish innovators is I tell them, this is innovating out of necessity. This is where I think we need to learn from. And so I'm really proud of those type of programs. And something that's really unique with Ireland is they're one of the few Western countries that has never colonized another country. And I come from America, so it's a big thing for me too. I'm like, oh my God. But that's really one of our strengths. And so I think Ireland should take advantage of that, go out, and this is really their time to help other startups learn and really scale from Europe. And I think that's where we can learn and have a lot of impact.
Yeah.
I think that everyone has been solved by SaaS sometimes. Yeah. I'm quite sure, because they are everywhere. So.
Yeah.
And now, Mark?
Yeah, I don't know. You say ecosystem, but we have a clear strategy. So to take an example from food, so if you have a new product and you promote your products, you also promote a better behavior, maybe not eating meat or these kind of things. And that had a spin-off effect you could call indirect impact. So a social entrepreneur puts a product on the market, creates a direct impact. It may save water or may save CO2, but there's an indirect impact. And this indirect impact is often social norms. So it becomes less fashionable. In Holland, for example, we've seen that the retailers don't promote meat anymore on price. So they stopped saying, listen, for €1 you get a chicken leg. And that's helpful. So those are social norms. But the reality is, if you want to progress, there needs to be different laws, there needs to be different regulations, because like in food, for example, the EU subsidies, they've spoiled a lot. And this is everywhere. This is the same with e-waste. So we basically say, as an entrepreneur, you should also speak up. So we have programs for entrepreneurs to speak up and say, this is wrong and that's wrong. Not to say we waste 30% of our food, but to say this law is wrong or this policy is wrong. And we're now running a lobby program, so we try to tell the entrepreneurs, you need to be a lobbyist as well, and try to...
Apart from entrepreneurs.
Yeah, but that's where you get the real, the real scale up. And we do that ourselves as well. For example, I'm now doing things in e-waste, that we throw away about half of the e-waste, phones, whatever, has been put in the bin and burned, and it's really bad. And so they often don't want to be too annoying for industry and politicians. So we sometimes do that on their behalf. So I write opinion articles in the newspaper, not saying I got all my information from this entrepreneur, but it's a bit clear. And so I think to really scale up the impact, you don't need to per se scale up the ecosystem. Yes, also a little bit, but to see how to multiply the effect on that level. And for example, with lights, we all have LED lights now. That's gone really quick, simply because the EU said, listen, it's mandatory. And it's cut 90% of the electricity usage of light. So there needs to be at a certain stage a government that says, okay, we're going to change the law, or we change the subsidies, or we're going to change these kind of things. And we see that as a responsibility as an ecosystem operator for ourselves. Yeah.
Really interesting. Folks, we have like a couple of minutes for questions. Yes, there is a mic there. Yeah.
but the rest cannot hear you.
No.
Please, guys.
¿Le podéis poner ahora? Gracias. So thank you very much. Very inspiring, everything you said. Two things. One on regulation. Sometimes what we see, I'm part of Catalina's team, so what we see is that some policies are well-intended and then they mess up things even more. So for example, sustainability strategies in the European Union that are very strict with European companies, and what we have to do in the end is import some products. Or for example, with gene editing, very strict here, then our innovators go away, they innovate over there, and we end up importing those products. So on regulation, much needs to be improved and to really inform well policies. And something else from your previous question on what are the fundamentals or the filter we put in place to decide what companies we work with and we don't. We really share your same vision, so we would love to work with only impactful companies, like companies that do good. At the same time, I'm struggling with the question of how do we convince the unconvinced, and I believe next year we should really focus on that. We should really start to speak to people that don't share our vision. So up to the moment, we are an ecosystem of food change makers. I think we have to start to speak to core business members, so people who don't give a damn about everything we're speaking about. So we're in the middle of that process, many things to learn from both your organizations.
No, but it's if I can, so if you talk about, let's say, financial flows and rules and regulations, typically there's two reasons why they're not so good. One is they're old, so they had a good intention. Like you see in circular economy, there's been good intentions about waste in the 1960s and 70s, and now they work against us. And the other is, there's big interest. If you look at the agro industry, there's huge interest, and they have a very strong lobby engine towards the EU and whatever, and that's difficult. But I see you have people that really start understanding things, and you have people that start understanding a little bit. There's people that understand but don't want to do anything. But at a certain stage is a question, how does change work? For example, we've been supported by a big bank for quite a long time. And we talked to the CEO, and he was very skeptical. And then 4 months later, he called us. And it was actually, I think it was in Dublin, where his son went to a university. And his son was getting really sort of, wow, you know. And then the CEO talked to his son just on Saturday, and his son basically said, but what are you doing? What is your legacy here in this world? If you are old, are you proud of yourself? And he was really like a life-changing moment. It was very often his children. And he's called us back and said, we want to do something with you. And then he has people below him that said, what are you doing? You know, but that is, so I wouldn't go talk to people that don't want to do anything. I would try to pick out the ones that are willing to take a small step and are willing to talk about it. Yeah. But it doesn't, I mean, it doesn't work to talk to the skeptical long tail of people that will never change. That's a waste of time, I think.
Any other question? One more? Or we have like a minute. So thank you so much. And now it's time to say thank you to Ashley, Catalina, Mark, and Nacho. Because we started to think about this panel like 3 weeks ago, and we made it. So we're really happy to have you all here. Thank you so much.
you.
And now Anik is going to finish this part, and we are going to move to another thing. Thank you.
Can I have the biggest applause for the panel? You guys showed that you don't need a lot of time to create innovation. 3 weeks ago, and here you guys are. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you here today. I think it's the Social Nest and this amazing summit have been incredible, bringing these people together, all these change makers, entrepreneurs, corporations, etc. So, to ask you to celebrate, for me, the most important part is we're going to announce the winners of the startups inside on the main stage. So can you please all go support these new innovators? And if that's not motivation for you enough, That's also where the Estrella Galicia beers are going to be served for the networking. So please make your way inside, and then you can do the networking after. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.